Not there. Good morning, everyone. I think I'm ready to get going with our jail Zoom calendar. I just had to link everything up. I was going to try to go in the order of the calendar, but our first position is 5 North Booth 1, Mr. Hooker, and he's not in there. Ms. Reynolds.
He's been relocated to booth number 2.
Okay.
Yes.
So I can do that. Is there a particular order in which you needed me to go? AC/DC versus Cobb versus the booths, or just the way the calendar is published?
If we could, can we do AC/DC first, then Cobb, if you don't mind?
I don't mind. We will do that. So that means we'll start with Ms. Hadley, who is position 6. So let's see here. Add the spotlight. Hey, good morning, Ms. Hadley.
Great day.
Great day. Okay, glad to hear that. Ms. Rios, let me get you on the screen. Good morning, Ms. Rios.
Good morning.
And then Ms. Williams, is this your case or is this Ms. Smith's case?
My case, Judge.
Ms. Smith. All right, we've got Ms. Smith right here. So Ms. Hadley, your case is on for arraignment. Ms. Rios, is Ms. Hadley waiving arraignment?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else we need to do in connection with her case?
Yes, I wanted to address her bond.
Okay. Is that news to Ms. Smith?
I believe I emailed my bond motion.
Okay. She says she's on board.
Oh, okay.
So you're waiving arraignment and now you want to talk about bond. I'm calling up Ms. Hadley's case. She received a bond in March. That is a $12,000 bond. Tell me what you want to, so are we gonna have a bond hearing or are we having a bond discussion?
A bond hearing I'm asking for the bond to be reduced to something that she can make.
Okay, well then let's make sure Ms. Rivers is ready to get on the record.
Good morning, Judge. How are you?
Good morning, I'm well. Yourself?
I'm okay. I'm
Good.
ready.
Okay, so this is 26 SC 001-308, State versus Tara Hadley, who is at the city jail right now. She is charged with aggravated assault, cruelty to children, and possession of some type of weapon during the commission of a felony. Ms. Rios, as I mentioned before we were on the record, in March, so 2 months ago, Judge Hughes set a bond of $12,500. It appears that that bond is out of reach for Ms. Hadley because she's still in jail. So why don't you tell me a little bit more about the case? And it may be that another issue is she ended up being indicted for 3 things and the bond only covers 2 of those counts. So we'd have to spread it across that 3rd count.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Hadley is 38 years old. She has 3 children, ages 15, 17, and 14. She is, I don't believe, on probation and had any type of trouble in the last 6 years. She has housing through a mental health program. Her children live with her, and I believe she had some concerns of losing that housing by her being in jail and being able to care for her 3 children. Right now, the only thing I believe she could possibly be before it is a bond under $5,000. I can probably go through the Bell Project to see if she can get if they can help her out with her bonding.
So what's your understanding as to who's taking care of the kids now? Because it's been a few months.
I believe they're with a family member.
Ms. Hadley, who's taking care of your kids?
In between themselves and a family member, but mainly themselves.
Okay. Are they all in school?
They haven't been going.
Okay. What other family do you have in the Atlanta area who can help out?
Really, my family is dead. My mom is dead. My dad is in prison. I have a couple of siblings, but they're not in the Atlanta area. But
Okay.
they're trying to check in, but I'm unable to be in touch. So
Okay. Ms. Rios, I'm not at all familiar with the case. Are any of the children alleged victims in the case? Because that makes going home a little complicated.
Your Honor, I don't believe so. It seems like it was a stranger situation.
Okay. The victims listed on the bond. Okay. Yeah, it sounds like something must have happened at 5 Points MARTA, because it's stay away from there. And then there are 2 people Ms. Hadley's supposed to stay away from that I don't think are her kids, but I can't tell. Let me look. And then describe the housing a little bit more. Ms. Hadley, do you have an apartment? Is it a house? What is it?
it's an apartment where I had to do a HUD McKinley form, which my mental health provider had to sign off that I was in definitely need of the care, and it's permanent supportive housing.
Okay. And who is your mental health care provider?
Well, I go through Riverdale, Riverdale Health Center.
Okay. All right. And are you getting medication while you're in custody?
Yes, they've been giving me medication, but I was homeless before I got housed, so I was off medication for a while, but now I'm back started over.
Okay. How long have you had the apartment?
It's been probably about 4 months, 5 months, maybe.
Okay. Ms. Smith, what are your thoughts about lowering the bond? It sounds like the current bond, I get the sense that the issue isn't that there's no bond on count 3, it's that the dollar amount is too high if the judge actually intended it to be a meaningful bond.
Yes, Judge, in this case, the state would object to the bond being lowered. In this case, I do think the facts and circumstances of this case and what the defendant is
I know you
alleged
called it.
doing is pretty serious. If the state, if I believe the state could have asked for even more of a bond, and I think that was probably taken into consideration the first time she was given the bond in her circumstances she has now. But the state would ask for the bond to remain the same and to be spread it out with that third charge.
So you're not opposed to having a bond set for all three counts. You just don't think it should be lowered, that it ought to reflect the seriousness of the allegation.
That's
Okay. Let me see. We do have someone from pretrial. Good morning. Do you have any criminal history information on Ms. Hadley?
Good morning, Your Honor. I do. She has seven cycles total, one from the state of Alabama. There's an 08 first offender out of Fulton for aggravated battery and cruelty to children, third degree, first or second offense. And then there was another 08 first offender also out of Fulton for aggravated assault, aggravated battery, and willful obstruction of law enforcement officers. Nothing else to report.
All right, thank you. And Ms. Simpson, it sounds like Ms. Hadley's not on probation at this time.
That is correct, Judge. She completed her first offender in 2013.
Okay. Well, good job, Ms. Hadley. So what I'm going to do, Ms. Hadley, is round the bond out at $10,000 across all three counts, but I'll leave all the other conditions the same. It's a complicated situation. Allegation is you pulled a gun on this woman at the MARTA station and there was a kid there. You do have prior convictions for things that sound to be in this category. They're much older. They were 18 years ago, but I'm concerned about your kids as well. So what I'm going to ask Ms. Rios to do is to circle back if we go another few weeks and Ms. Hadley, you're still in custody because we either need to figure out how to resolve your case or what's going to happen with your kids if they are left with no supervision at all. So I will modify the bond in that way. And Ms. Rios, please do reach out
Yes.
if we're in this same situation a few weeks from now. Ms. Hadley, because Ms. Rios has waived arraignment for you, the state will provide discovery, which will allow Ms. Rios to get with you and talk more about the best way to move forward with your case. So she'll help you make those plans and then she'll let my staff know what we're doing next, but we'll make sure that the case continues to move forward. Ms. Smith, anything else from the state?
nothing further.
Ms. Rios?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Smith, is your microphone on?
Ms. Smith, if you could bend your microphone down.
Sorry.
All
Can you
right.
hear me?
Great.
Yes, I hear you. Thank you.
All right, next up is Ms. Tucker, who is position 12. And this is a revocation. It looks like Ms. Rios is not handling that because she just turned off.
Hi, Judge.
Hey, Ms. Wood.
How are you?
I am well. Good morning.
Morning.
So let me find Ms. Tucker's warrant. And I think Ms. Tucker came all the way from Alabama,
She did.
which in and of itself is an issue. But let's get on the record in her case. Good morning, Ms. Tucker.
Great day. How you doing, Judge?
2 great days. I'm all right. This is position 12. It's 24 SC 005883. And Ms. Tucker, you are on probation. And in December of last year, I signed a warrant that alleged that you had been terminated from a program you were in, Gilgal, Gilgal. And then you were maybe going to go to Ruth's place to get some help. Didn't do that and didn't complete that treatment. And it's not in the warrant, so it's just something I need to factor in. It's not listed as a violation. But of course, you were found in Alabama, and leaving Georgia isn't what's supposed to happen while you are on probation. But the main thing is, we lined up treatment for you. You said you were going to do the treatment, and then you didn't. And so we need to figure out the best way to keep you connected with supportive resources. Ms. Wood, is Ms. Tucker admitting to the allegations?
Judge, so I'm actually going to ask for just a tiny reset on this case.
Okay.
I don't know that we'll actually need a full-blown hearing. I think we'll end up doing a stipulation. Ms. Simpson and Ms. Smith we had an email conversation. It seems like some of the issues with the program were actually health related for Ms. Tucker. And so I just want to confirm, I need Ms. Ross just to make sure that we've explored all options for programming for Ms. Tucker before we actually get on the record about this case.
Okay.
So if we could just have maybe a 30-day reset.
Sure. So Ms. Tucker, Ms. Wood or one of her colleagues who may have worked with you in the past and is expert in lining up supportive programming will be meeting with you so that when we have our next conversation about this, Ms. Wood will be in a better position to explain what happened at Gilgal, and also important, hey, here's another opportunity for Ms. Tucker so that she stays connected with the resources she needs. Do you have any questions about that?
I don't, Your Honor, did they ever mention about that? I did receive 2 certificates and of completion from Women on the Rise and the certificate Free to Recover from Gilgal. So
Those are both good things. So I have very little information about it. I just have that high level info that I shared that in the end, the program didn't work out and there was this disconnect with Ruth's Place. But this is another reason why Ms. Wood and Ms. Ross ought to spend some time with you so that they can share exactly what you're sharing, which is, well, there's more to it than that. It wasn't something that worked out not at all, but Ms. Tucker made some good progress. And in my mind, more importantly, when you get out, where are we going to connect you so that you are in an okay space? Before I let you go, are you open to staying in Georgia or are you somehow drawn to Alabama?
I did not reside to stay in Alabama. I have a job still, and it's a courier service. And so I was afraid to call Miss Smith because that job really kept me out of trouble. I'm still clean and sober.
Got it. Okay, but okay, I hear you. And the clean and sober part's important. Job is great. So those are the things you can share with Ms. Wood and Ms. Ross. And when we reconnect, we will figure out how to get you back out there, when to get you back out there, and hopefully reinforce your understanding that keeping in touch with Ms. Smith and letting her know, and this is your probation officer Smith, not prosecutor Smith, letting her know what's going on is the right thing to do, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, so Ms. Wood, we'll get this reset. You or Ms. Ross will get with Ms. Tucker, and we will take it from there.
Perfect. Thank you, Judge. Bye, Ms. Tucker.
Goodbye. See you soon. Thank you, Judge. Have a
You
great
bet.
day. All right.
You too. Thank you, AC/DC.
Thanks, Judge.
Take care. All right, I think we're supposed to go to Cobb next, so we will start with Mr. Cunningham, which is position 8. Nope, he's not position 8. Where would he be?
Number 9.
Position 9. All right. But that says Derek Wright. And I don't know if he is, Ms. Wood?
That is, so yes, I've been in touch with Mr. Cunningham's family, and then they hired Derek Wright a few weeks ago. So that is an updated entry.
Okay. Let me check.
He did reach out and I think he said he had a conflict and that he'll be, could we hold for his announcement?
Okay, so he will be plugging in.
Yes.
All right. He did waive arraignment, so let me find Cobb. All right. If you're Mr. Cunningham, wave your hand. There we go. Excellent. Good morning, Mr. Cunningham. You can clearly hear me because you waved your hand. I'm Judge McBurney. Your case has been assigned to my division, and your family recently hired Derek Wright as your attorney. He is going to try to join the call. He has other court obligations, and so he will plug in when he can, but he has already, on your behalf, waived arraignment, meaning he entered a plea of not guilty for you in this case, which means we can get it moving forward. You have an unindicted case as well. I don't know if Mr. Wright's going to help you with that. The one in front of me is something that dates back to around Thanksgiving time. Sounds like you must have gotten stopped while driving with a bad license and there was a gun in the car. I don't want you to talk about the facts of the case. I'm just orienting you to what the charges are. Mr. Wright is definitely on board for you. He's filed that entry and that waiver. So I'll make sure a scheduling order gets put into place, and that will obligate the prosecution to get discovery to Mr. Wright. And then he can start talking with you about what to do with this case. And it may be, if your family hired him for the unindicted case, that he's going to try to work something out in connection with both cases. Okay?
Okay, yes, sir.
You got any questions?
So, do I stay on the screen until he comes, right?
So what I'm going to do is have you sit tight while I handle the other gentleman at Cobb, Mr. Watson. But if we finish with him and Mr. Wright has not gotten on yet, I'm going to let Cobb shut down the connection so they can go on to other things. And when Mr. Wright gets on the call, I'll let him know you and I spoke, and that he needs to get out there and see you to talk shop about what's going to happen next. Okay?
So I won't be able to, he said he's gonna be on, on here. So, is there any way I can wait till later down the line until he, cops in?
The answer is it depends on whether the folks at Cobb County can keep this link open for a while. I don't know. There are only a certain number of booths here, and they need to connect people with other locations as well. So you're welcome to sit tight. Let me handle the situation for the inmate who's in the booth next to you, and we'll see if Mr. Wright hops on before we need to wrap all that up, okay?
Have you guys, spoken to him this morning?
Yes, and he said that he is going to try to join this call, that he will join the call as soon as he finishes his other court obligations. So he needed to be in several courtrooms this morning, and we're in line for him, and he will hop on as soon as he can.
Okay, so I really appreciate the patience and everything, and I just really hope that we can wait till he comes, because I would like to get it resolved today.
Well, we'll wait. Whether the case is resolved today or not is a different issue. Mr. Wright would need to talk with the prosecutor, Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, have you and Mr. Wright talked about the case?
We talked and he said that a global is something that we could do, but that involves accusing the PI case first.
Do you know what the charges are for the PI case?
Yes, drugs and guns.
Okay, all right. Were you able to hear Ms. Smith, Mr. Cunningham?
Yes, the only problem we're really having is I have a bond for everything but besides 2 misdemeanors. And
Okay.
like 4 months, so I was just hoping that, something can happen, because the 2 misdemeanors is the only thing I don't have a bond for.
Got it. You're ready to get out. I'll need to look at it as well. And I know pretrial came off your bond in the case that's now been indicted because of the new charges. So I think that you are going to be where you are until Mr. Wright and you work something out with the state. And if that includes working out the unindicted case, then the state just needs a little bit of time to get that charged. So there is an official case that you could plead to. But I hear you. We should wait for Mr. Wright. So let's see if he gets on sometime soon. I'm going to talk to the gentleman who's in the booth next to you. You should sit tight, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thanks. Mr. Watson, good morning. Are you able to unmute there, or do they need to do it? There you go. Good morning, Mr. Watson.
Good morning, sir.
We are going to get on the record in your two cases. Need to add Ms. Wood. You are on, Mr. Watson, for a probation revocation, potentially. Ms. Wood, is this something we can sort out today, or do we need to reset it?
So, Your Honor, I had a visit scheduled with him on Monday, and the video in the dormitory that he's assigned to was not working. So I haven't actually spoken to him this time around. I worked with him a few years ago. But I do know he's got a lot of other business going on in addition to this revocation. So I'm happy to do a breakout with him, but I have a feeling we might be resetting this one.
Okay, got it. So Mr. Watson, were you going to say something, Mr. Watson? What were you?
We have to reset it?
We don't have to. I'm going to put you and Ms. Wood into a breakout room so you can speak privately, okay?
Yeah, can I talk to her real quick?
Yeah, you're going to talk to her real quick. And Mr. Wright, I'm glad you joined our call. Don't go anywhere. We're going to turn to your client next.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, but first, set up the breakout room. Rats. That didn't go well.
Yeah. What the hell happened? What the hell happened? What happened? They were supposed to put me in a private room with my lawyer.
It hadn't happened yet. I had a little accident. Just sit tight.
Oh,
That was unfortunate. That's why I should not be in charge.
Am I supposed to be in a breakout room?
No, you're not. You should be out now. Are you out?
Yeah, I was just.
Yeah, it's just the user error. Hadn't happened before, but even News Rivers went in one too. It was bad. All right, how can I make this stop?
Is there any way me and Mr. Derek Wright can go into a breakout room as well?
Just hold on, all right?
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Wood and Cobb 3. There you go. Hope that works. All right, Mr. Cunningham, we are back with your lawyer, Mr. Wright, appearing from a courthouse near us. Mr. Wright, Mr. Cunningham was very much wanting to connect with you, and he also was wanting to resolve everything. And I was explaining to him that one of the things to be resolved is an unindicted case that it'll take a little bit of time. It's days, not weeks,
I talked to the
for
investigator.
the DA's
Yeah, I showed her
office
the order. You're right. It's
to end up charging if that ends up being something that you advise Mr. Cunningham to do.
Understood, Judge. And I've also talked with the state about waiving indictment so that we could expedite that process. But we haven't come to terms yet in which I can relay what the result would be for my client's consideration. But we're working on that as we speak. And Mr. Cunningham, as you can hear me, as soon as I know from the state, I will come see you and or see just what we can do to handle both of your cases, this one as well as the unindicted.
Is it okay to speak?
Well,
so you can
we're
speak.
public right
Don't
now.
talk about the facts of your case. You're not having a private conversation with Mr. Wright. I can put the two of you in a breakout room if you want to talk with your lawyer for a minute.
Judge,
Yes,
I think that would be helpful.
Okay. Let me see if I can pull that off without putting the rest of the group in. So just
Understood.
let's try this one. All right, Mr. Cunningham, is there some button you can press? Or did you make it in? You look frozen, which is good. Okay. He didn't go in. Just disappeared. All right, let's turn to some of our Rice Street cases and handle them that way. We'll come back to this. To North Booth 1.
The gun case is, like, I got a special hearing coming up June the 3rd.
Hey, are you Mr. Williams?
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hold on one second. I think I can get this guy back in his breakout room.
Are we doing Michael Williams?
We are. I was about to announce that. I'm just trying to get poor Mr.
Okay.
Cunningham in there. He made it. He needs to talk with his lawyer. So we're handling position 2, which is Michael Williams and Ms. Rios, your case.
Yes, Your Honor. And I didn't, I filed a waiver. We'll bring him back. My social worker, I got her, looped her in so she can try to get him services. And after we have some services or something set up, then I'll file a bond motion then.
Okay. Mr. Williams has been in custody for a long time. Was this just a slow to get indicted case, or are there other things keeping him in?
Let me double check. I believe he was just slow to get indicted. I don't think there's anything else, but let me see.
Do you, Mr. Williams, have any other charges, or you think this burglary case is it?
That's it, sir.
Okay. Well, I'm happy to hear that Ms. Rios is going to jump on this by getting her team to meet with you and figure out what is the set of services that may make sense to connect you with. Are you from Valdosta?
No, I'm not from Valdosta, but Madison, Florida is right across the state line. I went to school there and I also worked there.
Okay, it's just your address in the system is listed as Valdosta.
Yes.
Okay,
23 Woodlawn Drive.
that's what it says. All right. So Ms. Rios, you've done the waiver. We'll get the scheduling order out. You will get a team out to meet with Mr. Williams, and then you can let Ms. Nelson know if there's something we can do more quickly than what the scheduling order says.
Yes, Your Honor, and I believe Ms. Ross has already been to see Mr. Williams. Is that correct?
Yes.
So she should be emailing me pretty soon with somewhere for him to go, and then I'll email probably not just a bond hearing, but probably just to resolve the case.
Okay, sounds good. Ms. Smith, anything from the state?
No, sir.
You'll get discovery to Ms. Rios?
Yes.
Great. All right, Mr. Williams, any questions?
No, sir.
Okay, well, Ms. Rios will stay in touch with you and we'll get you over here as soon as there's either a resolution or whatever Ms. Rios decides needs to happen next in your case, all right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Ma'am, were you here for that case? Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Are you Mr. Mapp?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we are turning to position 7. That's you again, Ms. Rios. And Ms. Smith, is this your case?
It is.
All right. So Ms. Rios, we're on for arraignment as well as my notes say that you filed a bond motion that we will be working through. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Did you already do a waiver?
I believe so.
Let me check. You did? Wow, a while ago. Okay. So we'll get a scheduling order entered and discovery will start flowing.
They see you back. I don't know why I keep going.
And we'll talk about bond. So let's get on the record. So Mr. Mapp has no bond right now, it looks like.
I can't.
Yeah, right.
It's gonna get stuck. It is.
Walk over there, calm down.
Just open it. It's gonna get stuck.
Okay, we had a blackout room with the inmate and his attorney. And this computer keeps just going off.
Hey, that's Mr. Cunningham again. Mr. Mapp, everything all right on the 2 North?
The door, I can't close the door all the way because I tried to use the restroom, but the door, it was stuck. But they couldn't be able to open it, get somebody to open it, that's all.
Okay, well, let's keep it as closed as you've got it now so we can hear what's going on. We're going to get on the record in your case. It's 26 SC 001309. Mr. Mapp is represented by Ms. Rios. We have Ms. Smith for the state. And Mr. Mapp, you currently are in a no bond status, although it's one of these strange things where the judge set a bond for one count, but not for the other, which still means no bond. And we need to work through that. So Ms. Rios, tell me why you think Mr. Mapp should get a bond and what that should look like.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Mapp is 23 years old. He doesn't have any felony convictions and hasn't missed court. He has, and he's not on probation or parole. He has one child, 3 years old. Prior to being arrested, he was working at the airport, catering planes, doing food inside the planes. He did graduate high school. I've spoken with several of his family members who the mother of his child is not able to work because they share responsibility of taking childcare for the child. So she's in a hard position because of that. And I'm asking for his bond first of all, to get a bond on all the charges, but a bond no more than $5,000.
All right. Ms. Smith, well, before we get to that, Ms. Stallworth, what can you tell me about Mr. Mapp's criminal history?
There's no prior history, Your Honor.
Like this case is the one arrest?
That's what was shown on his GCIC.
Okay, one cycle. All right, thank you. Ms. Smith.
Yes, Judge. In this case, the state will be asking for no bond to be set for count one. We do acknowledge that this is his first arrest. However, the facts and circumstances of the case are very serious. The defendant was engaged in a shootout in the same home that his child and the mother of his child was currently in at the time. One of those bullets actually went through the wall by the couch that the child was sitting on. So because of the seriousness of this crime, or the allegations we have here, the state does believe that there should be no bond set. Again, we do acknowledge that there's no history. However, with the allegations we have here, we think they're serious enough for no bond to be set.
Okay. Mr. Mapp, what's the name of your child?
His name is Zaire Mapp.
Okay. All right. So he is one of the listed victims in the case. Ms. Rios, anything you want to say in response?
I understand that I don't want to go into the facts too much about the case.
Sure.
But this is very, very he's working. He's been doing everything, hasn't had any arrests up to 23 years old. I think this is a case that we would probably go to trial on. His sister wanted to speak on his behalf, if she could talk a little bit.
Okay.
Her name is Alexis Chapman.
Okay. Hold on one second. There's an Alexis Jackson?
Yes. That's
Ms. Jackson, can you hear us?
That should be her. That's a different last name than I thought, but I'm sure that's the same first name.
All right, she is saying something. Yes, okay, well, audio is messing up. All right. Well, if you are able to figure it out, let us know. Where is it, Ms. Rios, that Mr. Mapp would stay? I wouldn't be comfortable having a bond where he's around Zaire, based on what the allegations are. And the bond that Judge DeFore kind of set with an amount on one count and no bond on the other was that he had to stay away from an address on Sullivan Road, which I'm guessing, based on what Ms. Smith said, would be home, and he can't go there.
I believe he can stay with his sister. I'm texting her now just to confirm. But I believe he can say that because he has several family members have reached out to me, and I'm pretty sure he can stay with one, but I'm trying to get the address from his sister right now. But if I can get, before the bond order is signed, I would definitely have provided, she just texted me back and said yes. So I'll get the address from her and then send it to the court. I didn't want to go into too much of the facts, but I will say that there was a man in the house that the person he was with, the mother of the child, was cheating on, and who had threatened him on several occasions. So it wasn't just all of a sudden, it was a shootout. It's just to provide a little context of what was going on.
So that I'm following you, and we don't have to dive deep into it, but what you're saying is that Ja'Cory Peterson, that's the person that Mr. Mapp allegedly shot at was in Mr. Mapp's house with the mother of Mr. Mapp's child, when maybe Mr. Mapp thought, wait, I thought we were exclusive, and here's this Ja'Cory Peterson guy.
Who has threatened him on several occasions.
Okay. All right. Ms. Smith, do you have any info from Mr. Peterson about his thoughts or concerns?
No, Judge, we've attempted to reach out to him multiple times, but can't get him on the phone.
Okay. All right. So, yes?
Her audio is working now.
Okay. Ms. Jackson?
Yes, sir. How are you doing? Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. Yes. My brother and his girlfriend have been on and off again with things, and this time it just got a little out of hand.
I wouldn't talk too much about the case. I would just focus on his background and
Yes.
and
Okay,
how
I'm
he's
sorry.
able to stay with you.
Okay, yes, I'm sorry, but yes, he's a very hardworking man. I know he was going to welding school. He was getting signed up for welding school as well. And they were looking for separate houses as well. So that's what was happening before the incident happened. And I would love to see him continue to just be a better parent. So I think it would be very beneficial for his child to see his father correct his mistakes if he had that opportunity. And we would truly appreciate if the court understood, things do happen, but people, he was already trying to better himself before the situation happened.
And you're saying, Ms. Jackson, that Mr. Mapp can stay with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he can stay with you not just for a week, but until this case is resolved?
Yes, sir.
All right. And tell me who else is in your household. I don't mean names so much as I have a boyfriend, or I have a kid, or I have no one, or my mom lives here. Who shares your residence?
No one at the moment. Now, his brother is there right now, but he's just there like on the weekends because it's close to his job. So just me at the moment.
Okay. So it might be that also your brother and his brother would be there as well, but it's your place and you don't have any roommates.
Right. Yes.
Okay. And how far away is it from Sullivan Road?
It's about 15-20 minutes, give or take.
Okay. And that's driving?
Yes, that's driving.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Mapp, I will set a bond in your case. Here's how it's going to work. It's going to be $20,000 for the aggravated assault and $5,000 for cruelty to children. It'll be through the sheriff's 10% program, and it's going to start with electronic monitoring, meaning you wear an ankle monitor. That'll be on for 6 months. If everything goes smoothly, it'll come off. If your case hasn't been resolved before then, you will have a curfew that requires you to be at your sister's address. And Ms. Rios, you'll need to send that address to Ms. Nelson so we can bake it into the bond. You'll need to be at that address from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. every day, unless you can document that you've got employment or school that requires you to be away from your sister's house later than 7 p.m. or for some reason earlier than 7 a.m. You'll also need to stay away from the Sullivan Road address. That's an exclusion zone. If the ankle monitoring company detects that you're within 500 yards of that address, it will let me know, and that'll be trouble for you. And until we sort this out, there's no contact with Mr. Peterson, and you need to not be around your son. I appreciate you want to be there for him, but given what is alleged in the case and the dynamic of what's going on with your son's mom and Mr. Peterson, you're going to stay away from Mr. Peterson and your son until we figure out more what's going to happen with the case. Any other conditions, Ms. Smith?
No, Judge.
All right. Anything else, Ms. Rios?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Mapp, do you have any questions about what I just described?
No, sir.
Okay. I'll get that bond order out today or tomorrow, and you guys will take it from there. Ms. Rios has waived arraignment for you, so discovery will start moving, and we'll see what happens.
Thank you so
All right.
much.
Okay, you take care.
You too.
All right. Mr. Cunningham, did you have a chance to speak with Mr. Wright?
Yes, but the computer screen it blanked out again while we was in the middle of our conversation.
Okay. Mr. Wright, was it a productive should I try to get you guys back in there?
Well, we can talk some more, Judge, but I think a lot of it has to do with Mr. Cunningham's situation. He really wants the court to hear his bond motion and possibly get out, though we're also trying to bring a solution to both of his cases. But I think his emphasis is really the importance. He has 6 children, so he's really trying to see if there's a way the court will allow him to get out. So I think we need to be heard on the bond motion, even though I think there is a very strong likelihood that we can resolve the cases in the very near future with a global plea.
Okay. Was the bond motion on the calendar or?
Yes, sir. Well, I believe it to be, Judge. I'm pretty sure.
Let me look.
Yeah, I believe I had asked Ms. Nelson to.
It doesn't say it on the calendar. That doesn't mean there wasn't some
Yeah.
communication with Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, were you aware that there might be a bond discussion in position 9?
No, but I do see in the Odyssey that something was filed April 14th for motion for bond.
Right, but that doesn't mean it's on, I don't know when this calendar was published. It may have been published before the bond motion was filed.
Yes, I wasn't prepared to do a bond hearing in this case today. But he has a bond, but I wasn't sure we were trying to lower it or what.
Oh, well, he doesn't have a bond on the new case that we're here today on, but he has 2 cases, Judge. There are bonds missing on his misdemeanors from the unindicted case, and there's no bond on the case that's before you now.
Okay, well, I know we wouldn't hear bond on the unindicted case. That wouldn't have been, man, poor Cobb is not doing well.
I'm sorry, Judge. The charges we have before us today, on my end, the defendant has a bond for possession by possession of firearm by a convicted felon and a UJR for the driving while license suspended. The 2 misdemeanor charges that he does not have a bond for is for the PI case.
Okay.
That's what he's
Yeah.
currently serving.
So the Cobb connection dropped again. And when we get Mr. Cunningham back, Mr. Wright, I'll explain to him. I don't mean to drag this out any longer. He's got a bond in the case that's indicted, that's before me. The unindicted case isn't before me. I wouldn't expect the state to be ready to talk about bond there. So I'm going to explain to him, we're not dealing with bond in that case. But I am very happy to get him, probably in person rather than these bad booths, and you in here if there is some global resolution. But obviously you and Ms. Smith need to have reached some understanding.
Understood. And I'm waiting on Ms. Smith, but I am optimistic that I think we can figure something out
All
and
right.
get him out to his kids.
Sounds good. All right. Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll let, I'm assuming they're going to reconnect Booth too.
I'm right here, sir.
Judge.
Yeah.
I'm
He's
right here,
back.
sir.
Where?
Okay.
I'm in booth 3 now.
Okay, that seems like a more stable spot. Mr. Cunningham, we are not hearing bond today on your unindicted case. That's not my case, and the state was not on notice that there would be a bond hearing on the unindicted case. You have a bond on your indicted case. There is a dollar amount for the gun charge, and there is a UJR or signature bond for the misdemeanor. So you've got your unindicted case with no bond. I've explained to Mr. Wright the most effective and efficient way to get yourself headed in the direction you want to head is to see if you can sort these two cases out. I'm happy to resolve the unindicted one if it can be accused, but you and Mr. Wright need to talk about that more. We've done what we can today. Mr. Wright has waived arraignment for you on your indicted case. The state will be getting discovery to him. And I know that Ms. Smith is willing to try to grab the unindicted case and get that in here as well, so you can have a global resolution of both your situations, okay?
Your Honor, if I can be heard, I think it must be this case that's before Your Honor that there are misdemeanors that for some reason, I think they came off of those misdemeanor bonds. So those are the things that are holding them in because they came off those misdemeanor bonds.
Yes.
So I'm gonna go over it one more time and then I gotta step away. I have to swear in some lawyers on another Zoom call. But let me tell you that on November 24th, thank you. November 24th, Judge Locke granted Mr. Cunningham a bond of $5,000 on the gun count and a UJR signature bond on both misdemeanors. One was the bad license and the other was marijuana. He was since indicted for the gun charge and the bad license. And so this bond would still apply, $5,000 for the felony and a signature for the remaining misdemeanor. One of the misdemeanors got dropped. It was not indicted. And so it doesn't matter what amount Judge Locke put in place. But he put no amount in, he put signature bond. So for this case, there is a bond, $5,000 plus a signature bond. I can't speak to the unindicted one, but that's, I'm sure, something you can research for Mr. Cunningham.
Yes, Judge, and I know you have other business to attend to, but I think they came off that signature bond, that even if it's one, not two, that's what I believe.
Oh, yes, you're right, because it was pretrial, and pretrial came off it because Mr. Cunningham got arrested with the new charges.
So, and because it's misdemeanor, that's why I was hoping if we can get bond, and then he can report back maybe for a global plea.
Yeah, no, if pretrial came off because other things happened, that says to me being on bond didn't work so well. So I think the right thing to do is for you, Mr. Wright, to continue to engage with Ms. Smith, and we'll see what we can do with that.
Understood, Judge.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge, and I'll come see you, Mr. Cunningham.
All right. When I get back, let's do Mr. Watson.
All right.
I'm going to mute it for now, but let's get Mr. Watson in there, and we will take care of Ms. Wood. Did you have enough time to speak with Mr. Watson?
Yes, Judge, we're ready to go forward.
Okay, with the revocation?
Yeah, non-negotiated stipulation.
Okay. All right. When I get back, we'll do that.
You got to come back. You got to meet with your attorney. See what I'm saying?
Like, I'm in on one misdemeanor.
Right, we got two one is being indicted.
No, all of them indicted. I'm in on one misdemeanor. One of them got dropped, on driving on suspended license.
But, so what did he say?
He said, basically he said because they came off, then they don't wanna give me another bond for a misdemeanor.
She would have muted that.
Usually that's when it's moved.
Miss Smith, can you call me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hey, Howard.
Hey, good morning. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Where's it?
Most of them are Zoom, since this is Zoom calendar, just into the back to swear some new attorney, so it'll be back in the video.
Down here, Anthony Jones.
Okay. What are we doing today? We can vote.
Oh, God, what you're after.
I don't have an offer for you right now.
Can you make them? Like 7 months, I think.
Yeah, it depends on who stuff he took, because I would have to call him. So, give me 1 second.
Listen,
He also has some revocations too.
what we got?
4.
4 revocations. That's
That's not me.
So, yeah. I can't promise you I'll have you an offer, especially if it's a bit, because I gotta contact them first.
About a bond.
Hmm.
Can you do a bond or that?
No problem.
How long ago? Yeah, I'm at 8 right now. Next thing you know,
Ms. Smith, is position number 1 your case?
No, that's Ms. Nick's case. She stepped out for a second.
I'm sorry, it's Ms. who?
Ms. Nix,
Okay.
she stepped out for a second.
Okay, I have the defense attorney trying to send exhibits and I'm not receiving them, so I'm going to include Ms. Nix on an email and maybe she can send them directly to her.
Okay, sounds good.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Anthony, Dwayne. That's not showing me how long we've been on.
It's not showing me how long he's been there right now on Odyssey. I don't know why. Hearings. Yeah, I don't know. It's not coming up. Give me 1 second though. I need to finish something for this revelation. Three, 20. So for your guy, I can't extend an offer without talking to my victim. Somebody's car. Somebody's car. Give me a second. This is not for your client. This is not for your client. Oh, somebody else.
No, they gave him 10 years to serve the first 2 in work release. I don't know why they did that either. Oh, so this unindicted case? Oh, this is bad. Oh. Yeah. Oh, that's bad. This is trafficking and another firearm. Oh, that's bad. That's a lot of counts. Oh.
Mute yourself.
Yep. Huh? Is he? Oh, no. Ms. Nix just got back.
Hey, we can hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Where's I was enjoying that. Where's things,
Hey, Ms. Nix, can you please check your email?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, contractor in the house. It was my wife's work calling out. Like early. We're gonna take my workers. Yeah. Hello. So you were Scott Perry. Scott Perry. Yeah, I know he was like, you were like,
I don't see attachments, but like they came through kind of like how things come through on Mac emails.
Yeah, I'm noticing that it's through the whole page. I thought it was an attachment that you had to open as well. Okay, I'll make sure that it's forwarded.
I'll say that. That's good. But that's what she does. It's yeah, it's all I know. Question. I was supposed to say, hey, it's to get inspiration. They all will probably. And not there, she is not because I love it. You know, no, it's very good. All this. Oh, she was on the phone with you.
Yeah. What happened?
Perfect.
We heard the whole conversation.
Really?
Yeah, she was not muted. I had to tell her to mute herself.
Did y'all hear me?
No.
Worst things that been said.
I heard when you came in, you said, we can hear you. I was like, oh. Let me text you on which kind of thing. All right.
Just to notice, the microphone at the prosecutor's table is pretty hot, so we can hear y'all too.
Not anymore.
Just throw the whole thing away.
Everything's hot.
It's just nothing but family.
Thank you.
Keep it that way. Yeah. You don't see that live? You want to see it say live?
Yeah, well, I thought that was just for like Zoom. I think
This was a fire code.
yeah, I just haven't had a chance to look into the cases. I probably need to, honestly.
Let him borrow a bike about something, phone calls. Phone list them. Unfortunately, that guy's dead.
Who's dead? The victim. How do you know that?
Bethany's girlfriend.
Anthony's girlfriend. What's the connection between Anthony and Victor?
What was the connection between the bike owner and that? Were they friends or what?
Yeah, they were friends. When did he pass away?
When he died?
It was like maybe like 3-4 weeks ago.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I'll have to I'll have to check that out first and get his death certificate. So I don't think that we can resolve the case today. I gotta, it's.
Been a while. Long time. Was he in contact?
He in 14.
Somebody's in car and they keep working. Should I look at you? Calendar. I won't read it.
You're trying to look for your client? What you're asking for?
Ted Turner died. I didn't know he was still alive.
Number 8 at the bottom.
Nah, man, I don't know what I don't know. Judge still at
Did you talk to Ms. Nelson? She said that the defense counsel for your case was.
Inspector Hanson?
Good morning.
Hey there.
How you doing?
All right. So phone and email address for AIM.
Yes.
Got it. I read it. All looks good. You swear to affirm the contents of your affidavits are true and correct to the best of your belief and knowledge? All right. Did he actually pull the gun on the guy or he just said, I got one? He showed it. Yeah. Okay. It's a big production to get this guy. So you sign him in there, grab that. Yeah. And then this one. You can close it. All yours. Good luck. All right. Ms. Wood, you ready?
Yes, Judge.
All right. Can you unmute it, Mr. Watson? Excellent. All right, let's get on the record, please, Ms. Rivers. This is position 13 and 14, 23 SC 188155 and 188156, both belonging to Mr. Watson. And Mr. Watson, in just a month and a half ago, I signed probation warrants for you. An allegation in both, one for each of the cases I mentioned, is that in February of this year, you committed the crime of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon and possession of methamphetamine. You also had not reported to probation after you were released last time from your previous revocation. So this is not our first rodeo. And we need to work through what we're going to do with all that. So I start with you, Ms. Wood. Is Mr. Watson stipulating that he was arrested for these things?
Yes, Judge, he is stipulating to the arrest.
Okay. And what's the status of the case? It does say Fulton County, so it's a local case. I'm assuming it's still a PI case.
It is, Judge. He did have a preliminary hearing for it on April 23rd. It looks like there's a pre-indictment special hearing on June 3rd in front of Judge Ashley. I think maybe there's some additional charges getting out. I'm not sure what's happening on that day.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right.
I'm sorry, Judge. I thought I heard someone else talking. Do you want me to go ahead and tell you what I'm asking for?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm sorry. We are asking the court to consider revoking 9 months on his probation and then reinstating Judge. He does live in Atlanta. He's 34 years old. He shared with me that he thinks that he's going to be able to, at some point, whenever he's finished with his business, return to work at KK Soul Food on the west side. Judge, he does have 2 federal holds. And while he does have this new gun case, I told him not to get into the facts, but it is a co-defendant case, and I do think there are some viable motions issues. But we do understand that any arrest is a violation of probation, so that's why we're asking for 9 months.
Okay. And you're saying he has federal holds?
Yes, Judge. There's a U.S. Marshals hold and then also an ATF hold.
Got it. Is it in connection with this arrest?
Yes, Judge.
Got it. Okay. So I am looking, Judge Brooks revoked Mr. Watson in October, and it was a failure to report revocation, revoked 60 days. Okay. All right. 9 months, reinstate the balance. Ms. Smith.
Judge, in this case, the state is going to be asking the court to revoke 18 months of the defendant's probation.
Can you move your microphone towards you so he can hear you? Okay.
In this case, Your Honor, the state will be asking the court to revoke 18 months of the defendant's probation and to reinstate the balance in both dockets. I believe in the 23 SC case ending in 155, he has 6 years left. And in the SC case ending in 156, he has 5 years. But based on this being his second revocation, and with this new revocation, there's a new case with a firearm. The state is asking to revoke 18 months in this case.
Okay. In the 156 case, it's actually 5 years and 11 months. I don't know why they're off by a little bit. They're very close, but one is a little more than 6 years and one is a little less than 6 years. Doesn't change anything we're doing today, but they're not quite in sync. Mr. Watson, you raised your hand a couple times. Was there something you wanted to say that was not about this new case? Because I don't want you talking about the new case.
Yeah, it's not about the new case, but I find it a little bit harsh to give a dude 18 months when one thing about it, every time I went to jail, I've been guilty or allegedly been guilty. Okay. The record I got, it ain't all that good. Okay, cool, I understand that. But I find it hard to give a dude 18 months when, but it is a little bit about the case. When they say I had a gun in.
Stop talking about the facts, Mr. Watson.
I'm not even, what is that? If you read the affidavit, it sound crazy, Judge. I'm gonna leave it at that. Just read the affidavit, it sound crazy.
Got it. Well, the bad news for you, Mr. Watson, is that for whatever reason, the federal government's gotten interested in you and these charges. And so these little revocations, whether it was the 2 months from Judge Brooks for not plugging in with probation or the dueling recommendations here, are going to seem pretty small compared to what the feds may want to do, given some of the things you've been mixed up with in the past. And I think that is catching up with you. But I don't control that, and you will get moved to federal custody once we sort things out today. What I'm going to do, Mr. Watson, having worked with you before, having sentenced you in these cases, and noting that probation didn't work out real well in, yes?
Oh, so once we get this resolved today, you saying I will go to the federal custody today?
No, not today. Nothing happens that fast, and you know that. But once this probation warrant is resolved, you may well get transferred to federal custody because they have a hold on you. And so you may go into U.S. Marshals custody. I'm not saying today, I'm not saying tomorrow, but that's your next destination is federal custody. They've got a hold on you.
I understand that, sir, but why? But my case still in, I got the paperwork right here, it's still in, Superior Court. It's not even in Supreme.
So I'm not sure what you mean by Supreme Court, but I'm just letting you know that it may well be that instead of you going into state custody because you're getting revoked, you may go into federal custody because they have decided to adopt this recent arrest of yours. But I don't decide that. You're obviously going to have to go with the flow. You're going to get on the bus they put you on. It may go to Lovejoy, or it may go down to Jackson. Okay? All right. I do find you violated the terms and conditions of your probation, Mr. Watson. Partly you didn't plug in with probation. More importantly, you got arrested for drugs and guns. I appreciate there may be a defense to it. Today isn't a day to mount a defense. It's to admit that you got arrested while on probation. I'm going to revoke 1 year of your probation and reinstate the balance in both cases. And you will either go into the state system for the revocation, or as I mentioned, go into federal custody because of their adoption of your recent case. Ms. Smith,
Can I get that in black and white?
can you what?
Can I get that plea in black and white? Like paperwork?
You want what paperwork?
What you just sentenced me to?
Yes, that'll get in the docket in the next probably 24 hours.
And can I get a start and an ending date too, please, sir? Because, you know, Jackson, they don't, if they was to send me to Jackson, hypothetically, if you was to put a start date on it, but no, the ending date, it's like I'm fucked. So can you put a start and an ending date?
Okay, got it. I don't want something like that to happen to you. So we will focus on getting the right dates in the mix. I will get that order in both your cases as soon as I can. All right. Thank you, Mr. Watson. You're good to go. Thank you, Ms. Wood.
Thank you, Judge.
As always. All right. I think that takes care of Cobb. We took care of AC/DC, so we're going to mow through the remainder in Rice Street. And I think they said Mr. Hooker moved to 5 North Booth 2. Let me see if I can find that.
Say, Rob, say, Mr. Barney.
How'd you come back?
Can I ask you one more question before I go?
Yes, sir.
When you say a year time served, that means I'm done with the state now. I'm waiting for them.
When you say them, who do you mean?
the ATF and the marshals.
I think that's what would happen next. I think that they'll come get you, but they'll be told that the warrant's been lifted and they'll have a certain amount of time to come get you. And if they don't, then you're right, it's off to Jackson. So that's on them.
Oh, why you say Jackson? You said a year. That's
Right.
county time.
Well, that I don't know that that's how the sheriff is going to see it. Okay. All right.
So can you count my time from February? Because I've been locked up since February.
Yep, I saw when you got taken into custody, so that we'll flag that because you wanted the start date and the end date. All right.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Right.
Are you Mr. Hooker?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Hooker, I need your lawyer to reveal him or herself.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm Louise Dietzen from Mr. Hooker.
Great. Let me get you on the screen. There you are. Hello, Ms. Dietzen.
There.
Ms. Nix, are you handling this case?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. And we've got our prosecutor here. Add that camera so you can see. There's Ms. Nix. So Mr. Hooker is on for arraignment and to talk about bond. So let me get his case up on my screen.
Your Honor, we are willing to waive arraignment, and I meant to file that yesterday. I apologize, but I will file something today, waiving arraignment and entering a plea of not guilty.
Great. So Mr. Hooker, Ms. Dietzen will get that filed. All that is it's just a acknowledgement that you've been charged, an entry of a plea of not guilty, and it will start moving the case forward. We'll get a scheduling order entered that will set a deadline for Ms. Nix to get discovery to your lawyer, and that'll take care of that piece. Let's get on the record then with the bond. 26 SC 000936. Mr. Hooker is appearing from the county jail. Ms. Dietzen may be all the way down in St. Simons, and Ms. Nix is here in court. Ms. Dietzen, tell me why you think Mr. Hooker ought to get a bond.
Okay, thank you, Judge. Mr. Hooker has, by the way, his first name is pronounced Paran. He's 51 years old, and he has one 6-year-old son with the alleged victim, Tamar Middlebrooks. They are not married. He's been in jail since December the 13th, so approximately 5 months. He went to Westwood High School in Memphis, Tennessee, and then he started at the College of the University of Chattanooga. He had to drop out due to money. There are some related cases with this victim. There's a TPA, which I think is in place until this December. And I have spoken with her, I believe Ms. Nix has as well, and she is not at all opposed to a bond. And I have her phone number. She's available if you'd like to speak with her anytime after 1 today when she gets off of work. But she wants Mr. Hooker to have a relationship with their son. Obviously, she doesn't want any violent contact, so we would be agreeable to anything that you're would recommend or agree to. We had some difficulty getting the exhibits this morning. I apologize, but he did take classes within the jail, so he's taking this charge very seriously. He took anger management, he took domestic abuse awareness, he did a parenting class and adapting to change. And he is interested in continuing classes, which I've had many of my clients do in the past in Fulton County. He wants to continue with anger management and parenting and all of those things. I do think he has a very strong defense, and I think that he's been in jail way too long. He has a job lined up. He's a barber, and I've spoken with the gentleman who owns the barber shop, and he definitely wants him to come back, and the victim wants him to get back to work so he can help with paying the child. We would be willing to obviously do anything as far as no contact. even an ankle monitor he would be agreeable to. He just desperately wants to get out and start back with his life. And due to the fact that the victim is not in fear and he's been already in jail for so long, we would ask you to consider a very reasonable bond, given as long as he's been incarcerated and been unable to work for the last 5 months. And the victim's not in fear. And again, we can do a stay away or ankle monitor or whatever the court's inclined to grant. He does have an alibi as to the underlying case, and I will be representing him in that.
Okay. What is a reasonable bond in your mind? Because that differs based on one's circumstances and perspective.
I mean, obviously, I would I would like to have a signature bond with all these stipulations of no contact, but any amount above that, which is reasonable, I don't know. I don't know what to ask for. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I haven't been before you before, so I'm not sure exactly what to ask for.
Sure. Well, it's more so tied to his means. Neither of these offenses is a UJR eligible offense. So there needs to be a dollar amount. It won't be $1 or $10. It'll be more than that. And I'll hear from the prosecutor, Ms. Nix, in just a moment. But in some instances, people say reasonable is 10,000. In some instances, they say it's 20,000. So I just was seeing if you had an anchor point other than signature, because that's not legally permissible for either of these allegations.
Right. Well, I would just ask for a $5,000 to $10,000 bond then.
Okay. All right. Ms. Nix, let me know your thoughts. And also if you've had any contact with Ms. Middlebrooks, because of course, that's one thing I'll weigh pretty heavily is her thoughts about having Mr. Hooker out and about versus where he is now.
Yes, sir. I did speak with her yesterday, and I would very much disagree with defense's characterization of her opinion on of the defendant's bond. She did tell me that she is okay with him being released if he will follow the rules. But I believe that his history shows that he will not follow the rules. Judge, the defendant has 4 prior felonies. 2 are in Tennessee from the early aughts, but I'm more concerned about his more recent criminal history here in Fulton. He has a 2018 conviction for aggravated assault against Miss Middlebrook and a 2022 conviction for aggravated assault against Miss Middlebrook. He also has a misdemeanor battery family violence against Miss Middlebrook, for which he was released on November 11th, 2025. In the bond order for that case, there was a no contact order.
And that led to this case.
There is also a temporary protection order between these two, ordering no contact. So therefore, there are at least 2 no contact orders ordering him to have no contact with Miss Middlebrook and to stay away from her residence. He then broke into her residence while their child was there. There was a babysitter there, but he's required to have no contact with her or her residence, and tried to get into the house. He didn't think that there was a babysitter there. He thought she was there. When I spoke with Ms. Middlebrook, she said that she's very frustrated. She was at those other 2 bond hearings that the defendant had, in which previous judges said no bond because of his history, because of what's going on between these 2.
So when you say she's frustrated because the judges said no bond, or she thinks that's the right outcome? I'm hearing, I heard Ms. Dietzen, and that is different from what you're saying, but what you're saying is, what I heard you say is that Ms. Middlebrooks isn't opposed to the concept of bond if bond actually did what the TPO didn't and the misdemeanor bond didn't, which was to keep Mr. Hooker away from her.
And to me is that she is frustrated that we are calling her again and asking her to come and say again, what do you think about the defendant? She says, I don't care if he's out. I want him to leave me alone.
Okay, got it. That's the frustration. Not frustrated that a judge said no bond. She would like to move on and not keep getting dragged into court proceedings that are a byproduct of at least in the past, things to which Mr. Hooker has admitted guilt.
Yes. She
Okay.
says that she does want him to have, well, she wants her son to have a relationship with his father, but she doesn't want to risk her life in order for that to happen.
Okay.
And so, Judge, the victim is not opposing bond, but the state is opposing bond.
Okay. What's the long-term solution? I mean, there's no life sentence for any of these things. If, let's say it went to trial, and I appreciate there's an alibi or something, there's a defense, but Mr. Hooker's found guilty at trial. What's your long game in this one?
Well, this one, it's only been 5 months. So we haven't had that long of a cooling off period. And, I mean, he's looking at a total of 30 years. He's charged with burglary, which is the maximum of 20, and aggravated stalking, which is the maximum of 10. We also have a recidivist notice, which will be filed.
Okay.
So 30 is essentially a life sentence. I don't think the state will be pursuing that.
Okay.
I'll say that. But
there's lots to work with.
there's lots to work with. And so 5 months is not that long. We need a longer cooling off period, I'd say.
Okay. All right. Ms. Dietzen, I do want to hear from you again, as the movant, but we're getting two messages here.
I understand, Judge. I don't know if you're inclined to speak with the victim. As I said, she's not available till 1 p.m., but she and I have had two very, very long discussions. And she has said, yes, it's a very volatile, unhealthy, toxic relationship. And I think we both realize that. We've both talked about it, and we want to stay away from each other. But I do want him to have a relationship with our son, and he's 6 years old. Also, my client is an only child, and his grandmother's dying, and his mother needs his help. But that's irrelevant to this. But I think both parties realize that they can't be together. And it's just the only reason for them to be together is for the sake of their son. And it needs to be very, very supervised and very carefully laid out over, time. But right now, it's just sitting in jail is not doing him any good. It's not doing anybody any good. And she didn't say to me she wasn't opposed to it. She said, I agree with what you're saying. I just want him to do the right thing. As long as the judge's order has teeth to it, and there's repercussions if he doesn't do what he's supposed to do, then I want him out. I want him to be able to work, and I want him to have a relationship with our son. And I think 5 months is a long time. He's been in there 5 months. And he also, when he was on probation for 3 years for the former charge, he finished his probation, he paid his fines, he did everything he wanted to do. Again, he wants to do better. He wants to take anger management classes, parenting classes. If we can sign him up for all those things with regular treatment in Fulton County, he's willing to do anything to show, Your Honor, that he's serious and he wants to do the right thing.
Okay. You can understand, Ms. Dietzen, what I struggle with. My bond order doesn't have any more teeth than another judge's bond order, or a TPO. In fact, I would think what would have the most figurative teeth would be a TPO. We are now in a position where Mr. Hooker is in custody because he allegedly did not comply with the TPO. I've just glanced at the warrant, so I could have a rough sense of, well, what are the allegations and what really would connect Mr. Hooker with being at Ms. Middlebrooks's address, when you said there's an alibi. And so I obviously we'll need to work through all that.
May I address that, Your Honor, briefly?
If you want, but that opens the door to Ms. Nix laying in what she knows about the case. And I generally try to skirt around the facts. I need to know basically like, no, yeah, my client was there and he shot in self-defense. Not this case, but in certain situations. I'm more interested in knowing where Mr. Hooker would be if he stayed with his mother to care for his grandmother. Is that not in Georgia?
It's in Tennessee. He doesn't need to care for her. He just wants to see her and help with her. But he would stay in Tennessee or Georgia, whatever the court prefers. Do you want to speak, Mr. Hooker?
Mr. Hooker, if you want to talk, just don't talk about whatever went down that day at Ms. Middlebrooks' house. I'm happy to hear from you.
I'm a very good provider. The fact that was my career. I'm the only child of my father, my mother and father. I take good care of my mother. She's retired, and I was paying for the nurse for my grandmother's, but she's really ill. Me being away, I've been paying out of my savings. All of my money is drained. I've been helping my daughter. My daughter also has been sending Miss Middlebrooks money for my child. These are things that you all don't even know about. She's contacting my mother on a regular, and the money is coming out of my account. I'm doing what I have to do. It's just that my money is running so low, and I have a lot of women that I'm providing for in my family.
Okay.
And they need me back, even Miss Middlebrooks, because the money that I've been giving her has been coming out the account as well.
Got it. Ms. Nix, do you know if Ms. Middlebrooks works? It sounds like she probably does if she wasn't home in this situation and there was a caregiver for the child.
I didn't discuss that with her.
Okay.
Your Honor, she's at work today from 9 to 1.
You said that, but she would be available after 1 o'clock, so she does work. Okay.
Yes. And I just wanted to add, just in response to Ms. Nix's allegations about what happened. I know you don't want to hear a long story about it, but there was a babysitter there and she was shown a picture. There's very, very, very weak evidence in this case, in my opinion. That it was a babysitter and he has an alibi. And I've spoken to his witnesses for the alibi.
Okay.
And the TPO is in place until this December.
Yep. So what I'm going to do for now, Ms. Dietzen and Mr. Hooker, is deny the motion for bond because this is one way that I can ensure that everyone is complying with the TPO and the bond order already in place in a family violence battery charge. I encourage the two sides to start sharing and comparing evidence. And there may be a way to develop a resolution that keeps Mr. Hooker out of Georgia. If he's not in Georgia in the long term, then he can still have a relationship with his son, and his son can come to Tennessee and then be back in Georgia. But based on the history of this relationship and the more recent issues with there even needing to be a TPO, and of course the TPO, a judge authorized that before these allegations arose. So the waters are still very turbulent in this situation. With a couple of aggravated assault convictions under his belt, Ms. Middlebrooks, the victim, I think that the best way to keep things stable right now is to keep Mr. Hooker where he is. That makes him a little more available for you, Ms. Dietzen, although I appreciate you're further south. Tennessee is up to the north. I'm happy to revisit this if after you share with Ms. Nix the alibi information you say you have, people reconsider, not that the case necessarily needs to go away, but it's more complicated. And so maybe a bond that has as its primary condition, don't come into Georgia except for court, is something that would work. I'm not there yet. Right now, given what I've seen and heard about things that have been documented, i.e. the convictions and the TPO, et cetera, I'm not comfortable setting a bond. But I'm sending some signals of things that might work. But I think this is a case that needs to be worked a little bit more on both sides with the lawyers talking, and then we can revisit the question of bond. The waiver of arraignment that you'll get filed today or tomorrow will unleash discovery. So you'll get everything the state has. And assuming you're opting into discovery, you can start pushing, well, you need to, if it's alibi information, you need to push that to Ms. Nix. And then I think you all will be in a better position to say, all right, let's talk about bond again. And it may be, in the end, Ms. Dietzen, you're the one who gets Ms. Middlebrooks to come to court to say, let me resolve these conflicting versions of what I've said to the state and to the defense. I appreciate she's not available now. We're not available after one to do it, but that doesn't mean we're not available in a few weeks if it reaches that level for Mr. Hooker and Ms. Middlebrooks.
Okay, I understand. Thank you so much, Judge.
You
Did
bet.
you want to say
Mr.
something,
Hooker?
Mr. Hooker?
Can I speak on two issues that I would like to speak on? So,
As long as neither one of them is, here's what happened on that day at Ms. Middlebrooks' house.
Your Honor, okay, so I have no problem with going back home to where I'm from.
Okay.
Because I want to say this because this was what I was going to do originally. I was going to do this. And the charge that she's talking about that I did 3 years on, I accepted that charge even when I was not in the wrong. Then Ms. Middlebrooks called me back crying saying, oh, I need your help. I need the family to be back together. I've always been the type of person that comes around, pay these type of bills, do what I do, over exceed everything. But I cannot please her. I know that. That's why I did not want to do that. But I said, okay, I will do this in terms of being the child who had his mother and father in his life. I can make fun and I will go home and I still will pay no amount of money that you want me to pay because my grandmother is dying. My auntie just died. I'm sitting here in jail with something I'm innocent of. I have the recording at the barbershop that I was there. I have all these alibis. I got my booking app. I'm sitting here. If I can make money to go home, I will go.
So, Mr. Hooker, I'm hearing you, and
help my family at this current moment. I'm a barber, so I can be flexible to cut anywhere in the United States. I'm licensed, can take a test again. Your Honor, I am in the hard space that I've been with this person and negotiating with people. I got rid of all of my family, negotiating with Ms. Middlebrooks. I've been doing things I'm supposed to be doing, and still I'm sitting here looking like the bad guy because I take initiative and take the responsibility of the situations going on, and now I'm looked at as the bad guy.
Yes.
My mother need my assistance. It's like she's drowning. Every time I call her, she's crying. I can't help my own mother. The finances is low. She needs somebody to help my grandmother get up out the bed. She's skin sliding. I'm her only child. I was saying is, give me a bond and I would go home. I have no problem with it. I need to help my mother.
okay, I'm hearing you, Mr. Hooker, and your lawyer made that clear. And if you've got all this alibi information, get it to Ms. Dietzen. She'll get it to Ms. Nix. And I've worked with Ms. Nix for a while. If things don't add up, she's gonna own up that it doesn't add up. So let's try to clear it up. But while we're clearing it up, you're gonna be right there because that gives me confidence that Ms. Middlebrooks is not gonna have a visitor that she's entitled to keep away. All right? Ms. Dietzen, feel free to reach out to my staff after you and Ms. Nix have talked some if we need to revisit this decision or anything I can do to help move the case along, okay?
Thank you so much, Judge. Nice to meet you.
Likewise. Ms. Nix, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
The recommendation.
Good Good morning. Are you Mr. Anthony Jones?
Yes, sir.
Great. Your lawyer, Mr. Adams, is here in court, and you are on for, I have you down for plea and arraignment. Mr. Adams, is Mr. Jones going to waive formal arraignment?
If we could clear up one thing for him, he's confused why he's not here. I tried to advise him that wasn't in person court today, it was Zoom court.
Sure. So, Mr. Jones, in an effort to move cases more rapidly and see more defendants each week, Superior Court and the sheriff's team have developed for each judge one jail Zoom calendar a week. Mine is Wednesday morning, and I use that time to handle as many plea and arraignments as we can, because I can see more people in a given week than if we didn't do that. I'm not able to bring defendants over every day. I have 2 days each week when I can have defendants come over, and only a certain number. Those are maxed out with people who are having evidentiary hearings, trials, pleas, things like that. So what we put on our Zoom days, most judges, are plea and arraignment, the occasional bond hearing, as you've heard, as you've been sitting in that booth today. So this has nothing to do with Mr. Adams. It has to do with the way we try to see more people each week so that your cases move more quickly. If you ultimately are entering a plea in this case, if you're having a suppression motion, obviously if you're having a trial, that'll happen here in court. You'll be brought over. But to move this a little faster, we ask the sheriff to get folks in these booths, and lawyers can appear virtually, or in Mr. Adams's case, in person. Did that answer your question? Mr. Jones?
Oh, no, I never asked the question, so I'm listening.
Wait a minute.
Okay. What else, Mr. Adams?
Yes, Your Honor, we were hoping we could resolve it today, but I understand he needs to look up a few things.
Okay, so you shared some information with Ms. Smith, the prosecutor. What we need to do today then, it looks like, where did this come from? There was already a waiver of arraignment. So Ms. Beck, who had this case back when it was in non-complex, did the waiver of arraignment. Then they figured out Mr. Jones is a repeat offender. Case got bounced to me. You need to file an entry of appearance. So I'm gonna have you fill out that form before you leave. That'll make you the attorney of record for Mr. Jones. And then I will have a scheduling order entered, which will cause Ms. Smith to get you, Mr. Adams, the discovery. And then you were saying Ms. Smith needs to get a few other things. I have a question for you, Ms. Simpson. On the calendar, it lists a bunch of PVs. Does Mr. Jones have some probation warrants?
Yes, Judge, he has 3 active right now and 1 coming.
And those are in what court?
They are all with Superior Court here in Fulton, Judge.
Oh, okay, but are they all with the same judge or scattered all over the place?
These are Judge Leffridge cases.
Okay. So Mr. Jones, you've got 2 things going on. This new set of charges, which involves an alleged theft and possession of tools. And then you've got soon to be 4 probation warrants. Are they all predicated on these new charges, Ms. Simpson?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, so likely Mr. Adams is going to be able to resolve everything for you at once, where you resolve the new charges and your revocations. I just don't want you to be surprised if you get a court date with Judge Leffridge because she has your cases that are on probation. Mr. Adams, anything else before I take this question from Mr. Jones?
No, Your Honor, we'd like to be heard on bond.
Well, he has 3 probation warrants with a 4th coming, so I'm not going to do anything with bond right now. If we resolve the probation situation, then we can talk about bond. Mr. Jones, did you have a question?
Yeah, I spoke to the judge, Leverage. I think that's the one that we just said, Leverage, right?
You had a personal conversation with Judge Leffridge?
Before I came here, my last court, she told me that all my cases was coming to you.
Okay, that's fine, and that's how we do it. If the basis for the revocation is the new charges, then all I do is reach out to Judge Leffridge and say, are you okay if I handle all the revocations? And she'll say yes. It sounds like if she said that to you, she'll say it to me. So what then Mr. Adams needs to do is talk with the prosecutor to say, well, what is your offer in connection with the new charge and these 4 revocations? And then they're going to negotiate. That's why you hired Mr. Adams, to try to get you a good deal. And he's going to pressure Ms. Smith, and she's going to say what she says, and we can get you into court, see what's going to happen there. Okay?
So today is just, nothing gonna happen today?
It's not happening today. Mr. Adams just said he wanted to do that, and Ms. Smith, the prosecutor, has said, hey, I need more information before I can go with that. Plus, there's one probation warrant that hasn't quite caught up with you. We'd want to be able to resolve all of those in one big bundle. All right?
Yeah, I've been here since November 1st. You know, they got me out of a theft by taking. I never stole anything. I never took anything.
Okay. Well, I don't want you getting into the facts of the case. That's what Mr. Adams will talk to the prosecutor about. And he can explain you didn't take anything, and whatever the evidence is that you didn't take anything, he can give to her, and she can decide what to do. And that would address the 4 warrants as well, because they're all based on you supposedly taking something.
Yeah. How is it 4 warrants?
Because you're on probation for 4 cases.
Okay, so
1 for each case.
Are y'all on probation?
So how many more months I gotta sit in? How much longer I gotta sit in for something I ain't do?
Well, Mr. Adams, when are you going to connect with Mr. Jones?
I probably can come out to see him today.
All right, Mr. Jones, Mr. Adams will be there today or tomorrow to talk to you about the case and answer those kinds of questions. All right?
Yes.
All right. We'll see you. You have an unhappy client, Mr. Adams. Good luck with that.
Thank you.
Please file the entry of appearance. Do we have one of those up there? I hope we do. We'll take care of the scheduling order, but we need your name in there. Otherwise, paper's still going to go to Ms. Beck, who's not even in non-complex anymore.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Villapando.
Villapando, I apologize.
What are you apologizing? Did I say your name wrong?
Oh, you must not have heard me. I said it's Villapando. I'm sorry.
Yep, that's what I meant to say, Mr. Villapando. You are on for plea and arraignment. I don't know that your lawyer is on the call, but maybe she already filed a waiver. Let me look.
I can't even get in contact with the woman. Neither can my folks.
Okay, well, we'll talk about that in a second. So she did file a waiver of arraignment on your behalf, which means she entered a plea of not guilty for you, along with some. Let me finish talking before you talk, and then we'll both be able to hear each other.
I apologize.
So she's filed a series of things on your behalf, and let's see what this document is. The state has provided discovery. Looks like Ms. Williams, this is your case.
Yes, Judge, this is my case.
Great. Good morning.
Good morning.
Get you on the screen. There you are. so you provided discovery to Ms. Cabrera. She's done the waiver. We will do the scheduling order. Mr. Villapando, you're saying that you and your family have had difficulty contacting Ms. Cabrera?
Yes, sir.
All right. And how did you get contact info for her?
Originally I was given a number to call up to one Muhammad Lawimba under Lawimba law. But he has been very unhelpful. Like, he gave us an email and that was it. We've been emailing the email for about, I'd say about a month now, and nothing.
What email address did he give you?
I don't have the paperwork with me, sadly. I came here very unprepared.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what I will do is that when we are done today, I will reach out to Ms. Cabrera. I'll copy Ms. Williams on the email explaining that she needs to connect with you so that you all can establish a relationship. She can bring you the discovery to let you know what is going on with the case. You've got some pretty serious charges. That doesn't mean you did anything at all. I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just letting you know that the indictment and the state charge you with some pretty serious stuff. So you'll want to work closely with Ms. Cabrera, but of course she needs to come see you so you all can start working on the case. Do you have other concerns besides the very legitimate one of, hey, where's my lawyer?
I was wondering if I'd be able to be heard on bond today, but I'm assuming that's a no.
That's a no, because it would be your lawyer who'd be arguing that, and she would need to have filed a bond motion, and I don't see that in the docket. She probably wants to connect with you first to better understand your situation so that she could be articulate when she's saying, here's why Mr. Villapando is a good candidate for bond. He could stay here. He's never been in trouble, or whatever the facts are about you and your situation. So that would be probably one of the first things on your list when you and Ms. Cabrera connect, to say, hey, how about a bond hearing? And then she can request that and we can get it on the calendar. But at least today, you and I are connecting. You're meeting the prosecutor, Ms. Williams, who's got your case. And I'll get that scheduling order in place, which will make this case now move forward. Set some deadlines and some court appearances, and then I'll work on getting Ms. Cabrera to contact you. And then if it's important in your mind that she communicate with your family, she can do that as well. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor, but I have just a couple more questions. My first question is, what happens now? Like, I've never been in trouble before, so I have no clue about the law. So what are the next steps after she waived the arraignment?
So the prosecution has already provided some discovery. Ms. Williams, was your sense that that was most of it, or are there items you're still trying to get your hands on?
My sense is that that was most of it, Your Honor. The investigation is still ongoing, so as we get more items, we will provide them.
Okay. So the state has an ongoing obligation to provide to your lawyer, Mr. Villapando, new evidence that they get. They might interview a witness who shares something that they think is helpful to their case, or they have an obligation to get to you things that are helpful to your case. So they'd be providing that to Ms. Cabrera as they get it. But they have already pushed across police reports, some body cam video, and something else in a zip file. Ms. Cabrera has that. She can share that with you. You and she will talk about the case and develop a strategy. It may be that, and I'm making this up, I don't know the facts of your case, that you gave a statement to the police, but they didn't Mirandize you, and you said some things in there that are not helpful to you. So she'd file a motion to suppress your statement because the police didn't Mirandize you. So she'll look through the evidence to say, here's some things we might want to try to exclude. She's also going to give you a realistic assessment of, dang, look at this. There's DNA. You're confessing. It's on video. Again, I'm making all this up. But if there was strong evidence for the state, she's going to be candid with you and say, hey, I can try to work out a deal for you, but this is a terrible case for you. The converse would be she's looking at it and saying, I don't understand how you got charged. You know, it's a he said, she said situation. And we should take that to trial, or we should try to get you this kind of deal because there's no physical evidence. It's purely this person saying, Mr. Villapando did these things, and maybe you even have an alibi. I was in Texas at the time. Those are conversations you and Ms. Cabrera will have, and then she will put into action whatever defense she thinks makes sense on your behalf. You will come back to court next either for a bond hearing or one of these motions I described, a motion to suppress or something like that. Or if there aren't going to be any motions, if Ms. Cabrera and Ms. Williams are working something out that works for you, you come in here to enter a plea. If it's not the kind of case that's going to resolve with a plea, then you come into court for a trial. A trial is a little ways down the road. That is not next week. That is not next month. Okay?
Okay, so what should I do now? I mean, I don't know what to do in the situation because I was expecting her to be here today, but as usual, she's a no-show. So.
Right, she's a no-show in the sense that she's not in this courtroom. I am confident that she is in another courtroom, potentially in another county. Lawyers don't have one case, they have multiple cases. So she's not here today. But she will get a very clear instruction from me that she needs to meet with you. And we will take it from there. So what you should do is sit tight. You don't really have another option. You are where you are. And Ms. Cabrera needs to engage with you. And then let me know what the next step is. Is it a bond hearing? Is it a motions hearing? Is it a, you know what? The state's dismissing the charges. They realize they got the wrong person, or it's a plea. And I don't know how that's going to play out. That's a byproduct of Ms. Cabrera looking at the evidence and talking with you.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Appreciate your patience this morning. Sorry it took a little while to get to you.
Oh, no, of course. I have nothing to do but be patient. So.
All right. We will get Ms. Cabrera to connect with you soon.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Bye-bye.
And Your Honor, that concludes my business. Be excused.
Yes, ma'am. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Judge. Have a great day.
You too.
You should. Okay.
In a minute. Hey, Mr. Ash.
Yeah,
How you doing?
yeah, how are you?
I'm all right. We are going to take up your case in just a second. If you filled it out on your way out, you can just give it to Deputy Gordon.
Okay.
You filled out the entry? Great. All right. Thanks, Mr. Adams. Mr. Ash, I'm Judge McBurney. Your case is on for plea and arraignment, and your lawyer filed a motion for bond a little while ago, long enough ago that it made it onto the calendar. So we're going to talk about bond as well. Okay?
Okay.
Ms. Rios, let me get you on the screen. There you are. Welcome back. Did you already do a waiver for Mr. Ash?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we will get, I'll look in a second. We'll get a scheduling order out. And thank you. We will talk about bond. Let me get the case on the screen. You did a waiver and you have filed a motion, it looks like, to modify conditions of bond, but I'm just going to let you start from scratch. So we'll get on the record 26 SC 001128, State versus Rakeem Ash, represented by Ms. Rios, and the state is represented by Ms. Smith. Ms. Rios, talk to me about bond, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Right now he has a bond of $17,205. $2,500. That bond he cannot make. He is 32 years old he's on a flight risk. He's been in the Atlanta area since he was 10 years old. I don't believe he has any felony convictions, so he's not a risk to reoffend. He does not have she does not have any children. Does hair and makeup for a lot of different people, including exotic dancers. I think that's the specialty. And she is homeless at this point. I did set her up with a pad. I referred her to Miss Ross to set her up with pad. And so what I'm trying to do is get a bond that she can make. And then with pad, they can set up housing and then she could be released. But right now, the bond amount is too high. And I don't want to go into too much of the facts, but this is a case of mistaken identity. She is denying the charges. There were some people in the area, and I think I don't have, of course, the discovery, so I don't know exactly what was going on, but from my understanding, it was not her, and it was the person who is alleged to do this offense is another person who was in the area.
Okay. So Ms. Ash, right now you need housing assistance. Is that correct?
I have housing assistance. I'm just waiting to get in touch with the previous person I was in the program with, and that was with Step Up. And I go to them every Sunday, and I just need to get a hold to them. I just need to get some records for my records to get me back into my housing. That's all I'm missing.
Got it. Okay. Ms. Stallworth, can you share with me whatever criminal history information you have for Ms. Ash?
Yes, sure, Honor. There are 14 cycles total. There's a 2018 conviction for unauthorized entry into dwelling. That was out of Louisiana. There is a 2024 FTA from Fulton and a 2022 FTA from Gwinnett County. Nothing further.
Thank you. Ms. Smith?
Yes, Judge. In this case, if I'm not mistaken, I don't think the aggravated assault has a bond. However.
You're right. Just so we're clear, the current bond that was set by Judge Petty, 15,000. Pardon me?
I'm sorry. I don't understand the other charge that was added on. Like I was additionally charged with 2 charges. They said they added aggravated assault for some reason. I'm not sure how that
We'll
happened.
talk about that when I come see you.
Okay.
Right. So you get arrested for something. The district attorney's office is free to look at the facts and say, this is what the officers arrested Ms. Ash for, but we think really there's evidence of this different crime. And so you can be indicted for something different. The armed robbery is still there, and then there's aggravated assault. The allegation is that you pointed at Ms. Black a fake gun. It wasn't a real gun, it was a fake gun. You don't deny anything, don't talk about the case. I'm just letting you know what the allegations are. So that's what the allegation is. And Ms. Smith is correct. We need to be careful as how we structure the bond. You have a bond, but not for all the charges in the indictment. So you are partly in no bond status. You have a $15,000 bond for the robbery. You have no bond for the aggravated assault because when you were in front of Judge Petty, there was not an aggravated assault charge. There was a drug charge. The state has dropped the drug charge and they added aggravated assault involving the replica weapon. So if I set a bond, I'll need to figure out the amount and it will need to apply to armed robbery and aggravated assault. So, Ms. Smith.
I want to talk to I told you about
just wait. Just
we talk.
Okay.
We'll talk more. Yeah.
I promise I'll hear from you. Sit tight. Let's listen to Ms. Smith right now. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge. In this case, the armed robbery currently has a $15,000 bond. We'll be asking for the aggravated assault to have a bond of $5,000 for a total of $20,000. In this case, we do believe that the defendant is a flight risk based on those 2 previous FTAs. I do see from the GCIC a fugitive from justice from 2019 and 2021. However, I didn't hear Madam Court Reporter say that. So I'll just lean more on those FTAs from 2022 and 2024. So we do believe that the defendant may be a flight risk. In addition, we do believe that there may be a chance of witness intimidation based on the facts and the police report. It does seem like they both frequent that same area. The victim in this case is displaced and homeless. So they were hang around the same areas, sleep around the same areas, and we don't want it to be an opportunity where the defendant comes across the victim and change words or anything like that. So because of that, the state is not opposed to giving a bond in this case. However, we will be asking for a $20,000 bond.
Okay, just a sec. All right, Ms. Rios, anything you want to say in response?
Yes, Your Honor. What our goal is to get him in a housing situation, so I don't think it's an issue of them frequenting the same area. And like I said, I believe it's another person who committed this offense and not my client. And so I don't think that would be an issue. And a $20,000 bond is just not something that he would be able to make. I'm trying to, at the most he would be able to make, if the bail project would help, is $5,000, because right now he has no money.
Okay, so Ms. Ash, was there something you wanted to add that is not about this case? I don't want you to talk about Ms. Black or a gun or any of that, but is it something else you want to tell me?
Okay, I can't talk about the case, right? So,
Right.
no, I just been in here for a while, and I just know I'm not innocent. So I just wanted to know, like, the next steps after this. Like, how long do I have to wait? Because, like, I'm a seasonal worker too, and I'm not a flight risk. Those were charges when I used to live back then. That was way before my transition. So that's just old charges. That I'm a changed person. I don't get into any trouble at all, as you can see. That was just like back in my young days when I was coming out. So those charges are old. I'm just trying to get rid of this and just get this past me, because I've been being good, and I have my twin brother that's more support, and he's in Savannah right now, and that's the only support I have right now. And yeah, that's all I have.
So, Ms. Rios, I'm going to give you the assignment of tracking down housing for Ms. Ash. I heard her say something about step up. You're talking about pad, but I'm not comfortable setting a bond. I should put it this way. Well, because I guess technically there's no bond on one of the counts. So I'm not comfortable changing the status quo until we have a housing solution in place. So if you and Ms. Ross would continue to work with Ms. Ash and some of those service providers, if you get something nailed down, then I am open to a bail project solution that would get funding from the bail project and programmatic support from fill in the blank, wherever it is that would provide that supportive housing for Ms. Ash. And if you do that, then we can revisit this question.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Does that make sense?
So you know when the next, so I just gotta get the housing first.
Right. Ms. Rios or Ms. Ross will talk with you, Ms. Ash, about what they would need from you and what they might get from the service providers, where it's not just, hey, so-and-so says maybe you have a place to stay, but I can get a document that says, if released, Ms. Ash can stay here.
Okay, so I can give the documents. You need to get it from PAD.
My social worker already sent her a request to come to talk to you. So she'll come talk to you very soon. You can talk to her about what you're going to say. So as long as we have an address of where you can go, we can bring this back before a judge. That's what's happening.
Okay. So don't worry about the sign filling out for the bonding project right now. Wait till later.
We need housing first.
We need housing first. Okay, thank you.
All right. Then with the waiver in place, we'll make sure discovery flows and we'll go from there. Thank you.
You'll see the discovery that is not me. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. right. Some poor people are still waiting. Let's see. Walker. 3 North Booth 2. Whoop.
Your Honor, that's how booth 2 never opened up.
Okay, I got booth 1 on my screen, so we'll open that one up.
Okay.
Good. It's still morning. Who is in 3 North Booth 1? That's you.
William Walker.
Mr. Walker. All right. This case is from way back when. You had Miss Snyder as your lawyer. Who is handling Mr. Walker's case?
Sorry, I didn't mute myself. I am handling Mr. Walker's case.
Ms. Rios. Okay. All right. Let me get your warrant. Mr. Walker. All right. Is this one we're going forward with today, Ms. Rios?
Yes, we're stipulating.
Okay, well then we'll get on the record. This is 20 SC 175578, State versus William Walker, who is appearing from the county jail. Ms. Rios represents him for the revocation, and we've got Ms. Smith for the state. And Mr. Walker, you have a year and some change remaining on probation in this case. You also have 2 new convictions out of Gwinnett and got 10 years probation for both those. And unfortunately for you, it looks like you've got a hold out of Cobb for something that's real old, but a hold is a hold. So you would go back to Cobb after we sort out what we're doing here. The warrant that I signed in January of last year alleges that in February of 24, you had a gun, but you shouldn't because you're a convicted felon. And in July of 24, again, you had a gun and you interfered with government property. Those are the 2 Gwinnett cases, I'm guessing. And you owe a whole lot to the Department of Community Supervision for your probation. Ms. Rios, am I correct that the 2 arrests that are listed here are the 2 Gwinnett cases that Mr. Walker recently resolved?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, all right.
Judging the petition that I have, I also have a March 2026 case.
Oh, you have a petition. I now have a petition too. Let me open it up.
Jackson County.
Hold on. Holy smokes, it's trafficking, a drug trafficking case out of Fulton. Do you have a PI number for that? There are no simple cases today. Not one of these cases. Oh, I have the PI number right here on the docket. Let me, on the calendar. Ms. Rios, well, Ms. Simpson, was the petition served on Mr. Walker?
Give me a moment, let me check. It was not, Judge, due to it was just signed on the 20th of April.
Okay.
I was not, I was not aware of the 20 PI case until today, so I would not have gone over that violation with Mr. Walker, just the.
Yep. But that changes things. I think we ought to reset this. I'll make sure you get the petition, Ms. Rios, but it was very recently signed, so it's catching up to all of us. It's got the Gwinnett case, the July Gwinnett case. It may have both. I see the July one. More importantly, it's got this arrest at the end of March here in Fulton for trafficking, again having a gun, speeding, theft by receiving, but the biggies would be the drug trafficking and gun again. It mentions he's arrear in restitution and in supervision fees. And that's sort of where we are. Not a super bright picture, but they're just allegations. Mr. Walker does have a bond on his new trafficking case of about $40,000 that was set a little while ago. But that needs to be woven into what we're working through here. Mr. Walker, I'm going to need to reset your case for the near term to manage expectations unless there's something remarkable, Ms. Rios, that you learn about the new set of charges. This seems to me like a revoke the balance kind of situation with 2 convictions and now new charges that involve gun and drugs that are pending. But I am always open to learning more about all those situations and figure out how we're going to handle that. Mr. Walker, you have any questions about anything we've discussed?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll get a new date shortly. Ms. Simpson, if you would please email the petition to Ms. Rios so she's got it. Everyone will be working off the same document.
Not a problem, Judge. And I will also get his officer to have the petition served.
Great. Mr. Walker, we'll see you soon to talk about these things.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate your patience. So Mr. Spence is supposed to be in 2 North Booth 2. Is he in a different place? He may have stepped away. I don't blame him. It's been a minute.
Is there an add-on calendar?
He's position 11.
Oh, okay. I must have missed him. Yeah.
I think it'd be Ms. Wood's case.
Oh, okay. Right.
Okay. So Ms. Reynolds is going to have him called for, and we'll see if he gets here. These look like technical violations.
Is 2 North Booth 2 open, Judge?
2 North Booth 2 is open. It's just that.
Let me call the floor.
Thanks.
Judge, when he gets there, can you put me in a breakout room? I just need 2 minutes with him.
Sure.
Thank you.
I don't send everyone to the breakout room.
Judge, can you check Teams, please?
Let's go into booth 1. Can you go into booth 2? Nope, we can do booth 1. All right. I'll meet you where we are. Good morning, Mr. Spence. Can you hear me?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Great. So, Mr. Spence, Ms. Wood wants to talk with you a little bit. She's representing you in connection with this revocation. You had a couple hiccups with your probation, and Ms. Wood wants to talk with you. So I'm going to put the two of you into a private breakout room, okay?
Yes, sir.
So if you'll just stay right there, I'll see if I can make this work. All right, they're in. So this afternoon we have Mr. Muse, and then there was an emergency add-on of Kuykendall. Is that news to you? Okay.
That's the case we discussed last time.
Yeah,
him.
yeah, that was the case we discussed in the jury room.
This is this guy who goes to Vegas or Arizona, or his mom has tried to be helpful. He doesn't make it easy for mom or probation out of state, and it hasn't worked. So he's back here.
Hey, it was not his fault this last
I'm
time.
not blaming anyone. I'm just giving Ms. Smith some background. Mr. Kuykendall he's been around for a while. That's right. Miss Nelson reminded me one time he hopped on, he was like in a coffee house, just chilling in this hip spot in Vegas.
He was supposed to be in California and ended up in Vegas.
Yep.
Are they being brought over to the courthouse? Are we doing Zoom again?
Do we have inmates this afternoon? They're going to be in person.
Okay, I'll be there too.
Fantastic.
Okay, I think that means I'm done. So I will see you guys at 2.
Sounds good.
You said that too.
That's when the probation calendar is.
Ms. Smith, do you have it?
Confirming right now. Let's see.
I was gonna say I can send it to you.
I got it. Thank you.
Judge, I'm back and ready on Mr. Spence whenever the court's ready.
Okay. Okay, are you ready to move forward, Ms. Wood?
Yes, Judge, I'm ready.
All right, we're gonna get on the record then. This is 22 SC 181101, State versus Terry Spence. Mr. Spence is appearing from the jail. Ms. Wood is representing him for today, and Ms. Smith is representing the state. And Mr. Spence, in March of this year, I signed a probation warrant that alleged that when you were released from custody in February of this year, because you had something else going on, you were supposed to report to probation within 48 hours, and you didn't. You also need to, when you do that, register. You are required to register because of convictions that you have, and you didn't do that. So you kind of disappeared on us. That makes probation nervous and frustrated because they can't not supervise you if you aren't letting them know where you're going to be. Even if you are going to be bouncing from place to place, you have an obligation to let probation know where you're going to be. Ms. Wood, is Mr. Spence admitting to these allegations?
Yes, Judge, he is. We're asking the court to revoke 2 months and reinstate. I believe he's been in about 63 days at this point. He did share with me he's been staying at the shelter that's at a church at 201 Washington Street, which is not far from the courthouse. He's been working with some of the good people there. They helped him get his license, his ID together once he was released earlier this year. And so he knows he's got to report. He knows where everything is that he's got to report to. And so we're just asking the court to revoke those 2 months.
Okay. Let me check a couple things. So, Ms. Simpson, it looks like Mr. Spence did okay on probation for a while, and then he's had back-to-back hiccups here. He picked up some charges in Clayton County and hadn't registered. I revoked 30 days back in February of this year. And then when he got out, and he had spent a long time in custody prior to this revocation, so it really was more like 2 years. But for purposes of the revocation, we treated it as 30 days. He was supposed to report to probation and register, and it sounds like he didn't do those things. Is that accurate?
That's correct, Judge.
Okay. All right. So 2 months, basically a time served-ish from the defense. Ms. Smith, your thoughts about Mr. Spence?
Yes, Judge, the state is in agreement with the recommendation to revoke 2 months in this case. I did speak with Ms. Nix, and she let me know that the defendant completed his annual registration November 4th, 2025. So he's currently compliant with that. It's just he didn't do it within those 48 hours. But we are in agreement with revoking 2 months.
Okay. Mr. Spence, when you get out, tell me where it is you're going to be staying.
I'm gonna be staying at the 201 Washington Street because they got a night shelter, and I'm gonna be staying over there, and they're gonna be helping me out, giving more further assistance to the things I need, like my I got my birth certificate. They're gonna help me get my social security. They're gonna help me get on disability, and they're gonna help me get my food stamps and everything the right way. And I have no problem. I'll report the next day. But when I spoke to some lady that came up, she said the probation office has changed. They moved somewhere different. So I didn't, I was like in a bind and didn't know if it's still over there by the DMV, or did they move? Because she mentioned Lakewood. She said something about the probation department had been moved somewhere different. So I didn't know.
Who was this lady who was telling you these things?
She came up to visit me like a few days ago. She said she was I think she might have been an investigator, but she said
she visited you recently in jail.
Yes.
Okay. So when you say over by the DMV, are you referring to the probation office that's on Memorial Drive?
Yeah, she said it's no longer, that's not the one. You gotta go somewhere else. I think she said Lakewood or Weston or something like that.
Okay, that's not accurate. That's not where you go. You go to the place on Memorial Drive. It is almost across the street from the city jail.
It's right up the street from a place called the Welcome House. Right there in the corner, you got the DMV.
Yep.
Like less than, like 5 minutes away from it.
Okay. I'm not doubting you. I don't know exactly where the DMV is, but I know that it's on Memorial. It has not moved for a few years, and you need to go there when you are released. You've got 48 hours to make it. So I'd advise, I'd like to give you 48 minutes personally, but you may do other things when you get out, but make sure you report within 48 hours. Ms. Simpson, are you aligned with this joint recommendation?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, any other good reinforcing things you can say about Mr. Spence reporting?
Aside from this incident, he has pretty much, outside of the concerns with the registry, he has pretty much been in compliance.
Okay. Well, then you need to figure this part out. It's the reporting piece that seems to be tripping you up. So make sure you report. And if you are going to move, moving is okay. You need to let two people know, or two entities know, probation and the sheriff.
And the sheriff.
Amen. You know it. Let's do it then, Mr. Spence, okay?
Okay.
All right. I find that you violated the terms and conditions of your probation, and I will revoke 2 months of your probation, reinstate the balance. That's going to leave you with about 4 years remaining on your probation. Let's use that time in a good, safe way, okay?
Okay.
Any questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Wood, anything else on behalf of Mr. Spence?
No, Judge, thank you.
Ms. Smith, on behalf of the state?
Nothing further, thank you.
All right. Thank you, everyone. I believe that concludes this calendar. I'm going to leave the Zoom up because this is what we'll use for our revocations. You're good to go, Mr. Spence. You don't need to stay in there anymore. Thank you.
Thank you.
But we're done with the jail Zoom part. So thank you, Ms. Reynolds, for your help. Ms. Stallworth and Ms. Rivers, if you could rejoin us at 2 p.m. 2 p.m. is when we're handling, we've got 2 different defendants who are going to be in person for their revocations.
Okay, see you at the lunch.
Everyone have a good day.
Thanks. All right. Good afternoon, lawyers. Don't let me interrupt you all. It's all right. We've got a revocation calendar, 2 positions, Mr. Muse and, well, I saw it somewhere. We have Mr. Kuykendall today. It's not on the calendar I've got. That doesn't mean there isn't one. I just didn't print it out. Actually don't have any of his stuff. So let's do Muse first. We all right with that? Okay. Oh, Kuykendall just arrived. Great. Pardon me? Oh, no, I'm good. I wasn't denying its existence. I just didn't, I printed out some things, but not everything.
Oh.
What is it called? You don't like my outfit? That was rude. No, I thought it was an okay outfit.
I say, what is it?
I don't, what kind of question is that? A clown? Oh, yeah, it's a cow print. Oh, okay, I thought you were insulting my fashion sense.
No.
And I was very offended.
Okay, let's
Oh.
get going. Good afternoon, Ms. Rivers. You ready?
Good afternoon. Yes, I am.
Great. We're going to get on the record in State versus Muse. Hello, Mr. Muse.
Hello.
You're back.
Yes, sir.
More guns. You have 2 cases for which you are on probation, 23 SC 190241 and 24 SC 004965. And let me see. Ms. Simpson, how much time remains for Mr. Muse in his 2 cases?
One moment, Judge. I seem to have misplaced that.
All right, while you're looking for that, Mr. Muse, the warrants that I signed alleged that in January of this year, you were arrested for possessing a little bit of marijuana, a very real Glock, and then there were some gang-related allegations as well. Ms. Rios, in previewing things today, told me that she thinks the gang charges were dropped and that there's an affidavit which she's forwarded to me from a Leonardo Vasquez, who says it was my gun in my car and Mr. Muse just hopped in and drove my car somewhere. And that's why he was in a car all by himself with a gun. Ms. Rios, tell me if Mr. Muse is admitting he was arrested for this, but with the explanations that I'll let you make on the record. And if he is, then we don't need an evidentiary hearing. We can just talk about what just outcome is.
Yes, Your Honor. He is stipulating to the arrest in this case. As far as the gun charge, my investigator did talk to Mr. Vasquez, and he did say that it was his gun. I did provide the affidavit where he is his manager, and he let him use the car. It slipped his mind that there was a gun in the car and it wasn't visible, so he wouldn't have saw the gun. And he was just going quickly up the street to the store. It was taking the car to the store. It's not his car. It wasn't his gun. He had no knowledge of it being in the car. So I spoke with the state and probation, provided them that information, and we're all in agreement of revoking the 3 months that he has been in. He is currently a recording artist signed to a label and he did provide me the contract that he has. She's 7 months, I believe, pregnant. I'm sure you remember from last time where I think she
I don't.
rubbed her belly, but she's
Oh, yes, I do.
so she's 7 months pregnant, and she's been in a lot of contact with me and provided me the documents that she actually got from his other attorney, Ricky Richardson, who is not the attorney on the probation revocation. He is working on his GED. He was trying to enroll at Penn Foster, which is an online high school. In the meantime, he's been doing community service, clothing drives, and feeding the homeless. He's been trying to give back to the community. Him and his fiance are living together. I think an aunt signed the lease, so they're together, and they were just planning on being a family. She is concerned because she could, almost 8 months pregnant. She could be going to labor anytime soon. She wants him out to be a father to her child and not to miss the birth, and for them getting prepared for the baby to come. He also financially takes care of his mother and his 2 younger brothers.
All right. Mr. Muse, will this be your first kid?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Simpson, were you able to track down those numbers?
Yes, Judge. The 23 SC case, he has 3 years, 3 months remaining. And the 24 SC case, he has 3 years, 7 months remaining.
Got it. Okay. All right. Ms. Smith.
Yes, Judge, as Ms. Rios stated, we are in agreement to revoking 3 months in this case and reinstating the balance. I think when the defense provided the affidavit that the gun belonged to someone else, I did have a chance to speak with the officers in this case who corroborated, I guess, or further explained that when they went to search the car, it was underneath, it was something they kind of had to look for. So in this case, because of the affidavit and the remaining charge in this case would be a misdemeanor for the marijuana, the state is okay with revoking the 3 months in this case.
All right. Mr. Muse, anything you want to add?
No, sir.
Okay. Let me check one more thing. Are you staying in Douglasville or in Jonesboro?
Douglasville.
On Sturbridge Drive?
Yes, sir.
And that's where you and your fiance stay? Or is that someone else's place?
That's my mother's house.
It's your mother's house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you stay there. Where does your fiance stay?
Camilton.
Okay. What happens when the kid arrives?
Well, I'm really looking for a new house right now for us.
Okay.
But really my mother's house though.
Okay. Which is the Sturbridge Drive?
Yes, sir.
What's the Marlboro Drive in Jonesboro?
That's my old address.
Is that where your mom used to live?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, here's where we are. Now we know that Mr. Vasquez, with whom you spend lots of time, and apparently are close enough you can just hop into his BMW and drive it around, that he carries a gun. My guess is you knew that, but that means that it could be in his car, which means you need to be careful about getting in his car. He needs to let you know it's clean, that it's not in there. Because if we bump into this situation again, where you've got a gun near you, in a space near you, and it's his, that's going to be yours for the purposes of that situation. He needs to not have it around him when he's around you. He's got a right to have one for personal protection. That's what he says in his affidavit. But if he's going to be around you, it needs to be somewhere else. It can't be in the car when you're in the car. If he's driving you around or you're driving him around, he needs to leave that somewhere else. But that's on you to let him know that. He won't be able to provide cover next time if, lo and behold, you're stopped. How did you get stopped? What'd you get pulled over for?
He said I was allegedly speeding.
Allegedly speeding. You weren't speeding?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, it doesn't look like you got charged with speeding, but Mr. Vasquez's gun will be treated as yours if you are found to be around it again in the future, all right?
Yes, sir.
I do find that you violated the terms and conditions of your probation. I will, given that the state agrees with this outcome, revoke 3 months of your probation. You will get credit for the time you served. I'll reinstate your balance on both cases. And let me check one more thing. Okay. That's it. Ms. Simpson, do you need anything else from me?
No, Judge, but I would like to advise Mr. Muse, we have your case specifically for the purpose of the revocation. So when you get out, you need to report to the Atlanta office within 48 hours of your release. After you report there, your case will be sent back to Douglas County.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know where the probation office is here in Atlanta?
Like Pryor Street, isn't it?
I think it's near the intersection of Pryor and it's I think technically it's Memorial Drive, but it's at the corner. It's near the city jail.
Yes, sir.
You got a rough idea, and you can find it. 48 hours. So you should be released soon. If not today, tomorrow, soonish. And within 2 days after you get released, you got to report there, and then they'll push your supervision back out to Douglas County.
Yes, sir.
If you and your fiance find a new spot, moving is fine. You just need to let probation know. And if you're moving to a county other than Douglas County, definitely need to let probation know because that'll shift. You'll probably get a different officer because you'll be in a different county. So you can live in any county you want. You just need to keep probation posted because they're going to go back to that Sturbridge address. And if you're not there, then they're going to wonder what's going on. All right. Ms. Rios, anything else on behalf of Mr. Muse?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Smith, on behalf of the state? Do you know if it's a boy or a girl?
A boy.
A boy. Already have a name?
Not yet.
Good. Wait till you see him. Good luck with all that.
All right, thank you.
It was convenient to have that affidavit. He's got good friends. All right.
We have one more.
Yes, before we do that, I need to see what the situation is because I haven't, his petition just arrived. What? It's got so many words.
That's why I put in the email, the violation is very lengthy.
Yes, it is what you put in the email. Maybe you'd summarize it for us, but no.
It's pretty much, you pretty much have the gist of it, Judge.
Oh, it's all reporting stuff. Okay, got it.
Yes,
It's
yes.
and ICOTS related and so before we bring him out here, are the other states basically done and he needs to do his probation here in Georgia?
So from my understanding with Ms. Rios is
Yeah.
that he no
Okay.
longer wants to go to Las Vegas. He wants to remain in Georgia.
All right. He wants to be in Georgia, he's saying?
That is my understanding from Ms. Rios.
Well, that'll make it easier.
Yes, he's going to make a left here.
Good. For the remainder of his probation. All right, we have to take a pause. Hello?
Oh, you already missed it. But it's what we talked about, so you're good.
3 years. Yep, he'll be out in 3 years. Your son will be 3. But he's looking forward to celebrating.
Is he right? I'm joking. Okay, that's not funny.
No. But it's also not funny that he's around guns. He knew that guy carries a gun. Come on. Hmm?
I yell at him all the time.
Good. Keep doing that.
The fact that it was even in my car.
Right. So he knows what his manager packs.
So, what do I need to know to keep him out of trouble?
Just
Does he have any stipulations or anything that
Nope.
I need to knock his head about?
he's got a new kid coming and he needs to tighten the bolts on his.
Oh, a kid, okay, I heard that.
Yeah. He just needs to be thoughtful about who he's hanging out with. And if he thinks they are gonna have guns, he needs to not be around. Because if that car gets pulled over or for whatever reason, the police are in the vicinity and there's sort of an equal access gun situation, I told him it's gonna be his. I don't care if someone has scrawled a name on it. It's Mr. Vasquez's gun. It's gonna be his because he now knows he's got to ask for, hey man, I'm getting in your car. Anything in here that shouldn't be in there, or he needs to get himself a nice little Ford Taurus and drive only that, knowing that the only thing in it is his stuff.
We're working on getting this in your car right
Okay.
now. Okay, so thank you, Mr. Young, so I can open the car.
Sure, I guess the other piece of the box. Okay.
Mm-hmm, yeah, the bottom of the truck.
Okay. Good luck.
Okay, thank you.
See ya.
I feel like I've been duped.
Who?
Of course.
I
But she just
yeah, I don't know if she just spoke or she never.
She does not look like she's gonna have a kid in two. That's not the. Who's,
She said she's pregnant.
she seemed confused when I said, yeah, and there's a kid.
I
What?
asked her about it and I said, you don't look pregnant, and she said, I'm just carrying.
Carrying light.
Yes, because I mean, sometimes that happens with your first kid. I didn't start showing until really late either, but the minor saying that it was not her car. I don't know what she's talking about.
She just said it was her car.
I know. I heard the same thing, and my antenna were like, wait, what? It's supposedly Mr. Vasquez's mom's car, and there's the thing you sent. There's this hand with all this fancy rings on it, saying, "Look, here's the title."
Yeah. I mean,
We've been duped.
It can't, I mean, if it's saying that it's that's the car, we can always look up the.
Well, more importantly is the affidavit. He swore out this affidavit, which means he'd come into court and say that, and it's tough disproving something like that.
I had him under subpoena if we were gonna go to that hearing, so. Well.
Give him 3 or 4 months. What'll get him is the marijuana, and he'll get pulled over for that. And if there's a gun in the car, then he's had his, it was someone else's gun moment.
I can only do so much. Hopefully he stays out of trouble. I get tired of seeing people come back. When I go to the jail, I'm like, you again?
Right, especially
That
Mr.
makes 2 of us. And I think our field office is ready for Mr. Kuykendall just to be.
I wonder if they have to draw straws for that one.
Oh, they're going to be overjoyed when they find out he's staying in Georgia.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say it again.
That's a big question. I can tell you, bro. It's a lot. Probably.
Hi, Darren.
Hi, Mr. Rios, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good afternoon.
Hello, Mr. Kuykendall. How are you?
Hello, Your Honor, how are you? I'm doing well, thank you.
Good. Let's get on the record in your case. It is 24 SC 000888, and we are together. You have your lawyer, Ms. Rios, here. The state is represented by Ms. Smith, and we are here because I think we can say the system has tried hard to support your probation supervision in other jurisdictions, and that hasn't worked out well. And I think California is done. I think that Nevada is done in terms of trying. And so it's time for you to acknowledge that the remainder of your probation will be here in Georgia.
Yes.
The ICOT system can withstand only so much before the host states say, you know what, sending state, you need to have this person come back. And we're the sending state, the originating state. And so you're back. And we need to figure out what we're going to do next here in Georgia. But so you know, the allegation is basically that reporting wasn't working. It's not you got arrested again or did anything scary or dangerous. It's just you weren't supervisable because you weren't reporting or they couldn't find you. And we're going to do a reset here in Georgia. Okay?
Yeah, that's totally fine.
Great. Ms. Rios, is Mr. Kuykendall admitting to the allegations that are set forth in the lengthy petition?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And what is it that you recommend we do?
We're asking to revoke, I believe he's been in 2 months. I have to double check, I think 2 or 3
Yes.
months. And we're asking just to revoke the time he's been in, credit for time served. I believe the state and probation are all in agreement. We did a referral to PAD. He's no longer today talking to his mom.
Yes.
Okay, so he's no longer getting help from her, so he's going to get the services through PAD, and he wants to make a life here. He showed me, when I met with him at the jail, he showed me his plan of fashion, music, lots of things that he's going to be looking into. So we're just asking for you to go along with the recommendation.
Okay. I think it is going to be right here. You've got lots of time left. 8 years and 11 months. So you're not talking with your mom anymore.
Well, I'm not receiving any help from her yet.
You guys might speak to each other, but she's not going to be providing financial assistance.
Yes, yeah, we've spent a lot of money, really on this, because I've been here, as you know, since December the 17th, and so we just kind of maximize out all of our credit cards and things of that nature. So we're not going to be able to use her with that anymore.
Okay. Were you in custody in California or Nevada or anywhere before you got here?
No,
How'd you get to Georgia?
I've been here since December.
Right. How did you get here in December?
I got extradited here, yeah.
Okay, you were
I was extradited in November, but I was released in December.
Released from where?
Here, from you, in December 17th.
Released as in you were walking around in Atlanta?
Yes,
But you're in jail now.
yes.
So tell me what happened after December.
So I got arrested at the Westin on a debt of services charge because I was not able to pay for my hotel room stay.
Got it. How did you get out in December?
You had released me, sir.
I did?
I think he's confusing.
It was the 17th, right?
You didn't get out, so since you've been on the probation warrant, he was only handling the probation
Oh, okay,
warrant. He
okay,
wasn't
right.
handling that.
Okay, sorry.
I'm just going to take a look.
So Judge, I can clarify a little bit of that.
I can see there's this order that I signed on December 16th that Ms. Rios drafted, that his probation was revoked on the 16th, credit for time served in California and Georgia, and he should be released. So I entered an order releasing him. What were you revoked for in December?
Oh, I know what's going on here, Judge. So I was thinking he was talking about the initial case that he was arrested for when the theft of the services with the hotel thing. In December is because he came back here because they did not take him.
Mhm.
And there were some issues with the different programs because I think she submitted one program, they didn't want that program, then another program.
Right,
and
the
then-
Clean Shot program and these different things, sober living. What am I missing? Why was Mr. Kuykendall revoked on the 16th?
He didn't report to because he wasn't able
That
to.
was for the initial non-reporting when he was initially supposed to have reported to Los Angeles.
Okay.
And that was the initial when we thought when he initially told us that he was going to California and he ended up in another state. And that caught up with him. There was a warrant done. He had the revocation in December. And then when we had the revocation in December, that's when he told us he was going to Las Vegas with his mom. And so we changed it. And here we are.
Okay.
And just a little bit more background, he was trying to go to one office. It was a lot further than what they told him he was initially supposed to go. So it was a little confusing of where he was supposed to report. That whole time he was calling me throughout the whole thing. It's not like he was just in the
This is in California or in Georgia?
in California.
Okay.
And so it was a little confusing of what he was supposed to do. Then he thought he was able to do the transfer because then he was like, well, I'm going to go to Las Vegas because he has housing there. They didn't take him. They said he couldn't just transfer from California. He would have to go back to Georgia first. He didn't have money to come back to Georgia. They ended up picking him up, brought him back to Georgia, and then that's when we had the hearing.
Got it. Okay. And we are together again because there was the new arrest? Because
Yes.
that's not on the petition that I have.
It's not, Judge. I realized the officer, I don't know how, because he was arrested before you signed the petition. So I'm not exactly sure how the officer missed it, but
Okay.
that case has since been resolved.
Okay. All right. So I just don't want Mr. Kuykendall to get another warrant and petition based on the arrest. So I'll make sure when I pronounce an outcome here that we incorporate that. Something in Odyssey is not working for me in the jail space, so I can't see how long he's been in. Is same thing for you? At my desk, I can. During the break, I was able to look stuff up, but out here, the jailings tab went away. What? So, how long has Mr. Kuykendall, how long have you been in jail most recently?
Since March 17th.
Since March 17th. Okay. All right. And you were recommending revoking how much time?
April 17th. Is that a month and 2 weeks?
It's a month and some change.
Yeah, that amount. The
Okay.
time that he's been in. I'm not good with the math.
Okay. Where will you stay when you get out? Because you can't stay at the Westin.
Right.
Yeah.
PAD, we did a referral to PAD, so PAD should be providing the housing.
I'd said yes, because being referred to Pat isn't the same as being
Yes, I believe I got
accepted
the
by Pat.
letter. I was actually just texting Miss Ross, but
And yes, I did have an interview with
they were picking him up on May 11th because
Oh.
he's a 30-day supply of meds.
Okay. We're going to get an order to that effect?
I will provide one.
Yeah, because they won't without the order. They will provide the 30 days, but we need an order.
I will get that order to you very soon.
Okay. May 11th it is, but we interrupted you. You were saying what?
I said I was actually, I had an interview with Ashley from Pat, and she actually did tell me that I was going to be picked up on whatever day that I was going to be released.
Okay.
So is that going to be May 11th?
Yeah, May 11th.
That's what I'm hearing, which is next Monday. All right. So, Ms. Smith, are you on board with this approach to handling Mr. Kuykendall's case?
Yes, Judge, the state made the defense and probation aware that if the defendant comes before the court again for a violation, we will be asking for more time to revoke. We do want to say in this case that he's back in Georgia, he has a plan to stay, reset everything that's going on, but going forward, we just like for him to continue to report and stay out.
Okay. Do you know where the probation office is in Fulton County?
If I could have the information, that'd be great.
Okay. We'll make sure that Ms. Rios writes it down on something that she can give you. It's not far from here, but you need to make sure that you report there. Ms. Simpson, do you have a particular date, or is it going to just be 48 hours after release?
It'll be 48 hours, Judge.
Okay, well, you know when you're getting out, and that's May 11th. So May 13th is Wednesday, a week from today. You need to report to probation by then, because that's the 48 hours after you were released. So Tuesday or Wednesday of next week, make sure that you get to the probation office.
Yes, understood.
Okay. All right. Ms. Simpson, anything else we need to tell Mr. Kuykendall?
Mr. Kuykendall, once PAD has provided you housing, make sure you update your address with your probation officer.
Understood.
So you'll get contact information for the probation officer when you report for that first time after you get out. That's the person then you need to update because PAD
Okay, thank you.
PAD may move you around a little bit. You may they may find you a place, and it may be a few months later you have to relocate, and you have to make sure probation knows each time you relocate.
Okay.
All right. Anything else?
Last time I was at the probation office, the probation officer there told me that I have to stay in Fulton County. I can't live outside of Fulton County. Is that?
No, that's not accurate. You can live in any county. You have to be in Georgia, but there are 159 choices for you.
Okay.
You just need to let probation know if you move, where you're moving. So if you were to move south to Clayton County, that's fine. Then it just means that your supervision shifts to Clayton County probation, and you'll be told the address in Clayton County, and you probably need to report there to say, here I am. But the Department of Community Supervision, that's probation, will follow you whatever county you go to. So you're starting in Fulton because that's where PAD is going to help you out. But if you decide that Savannah makes more sense for you, then Chatham County will supervise you. And unlike going to Nevada or California or something, it's not an application process where it has to be approved or anything like that. You just need to let probation know you're moving because they're going to go back to the last place you were at. And if you're not there because you moved and you didn't tell them, they bring me a warrant. But I'm telling you now, that shouldn't happen. So I'm not going to be as understanding if we're back here like, oh, Judge, I didn't know I needed to tell them that I moved. When you move, you're calling in fact, you're going to know before you move that you're moving. Right. And so you tell your officer, hey, guess what? I got this great opportunity. I'm going to be in Lowndes County, Georgia. Great. We just need the address. And then they'll shift your supervision to Lowndes County.
Okay.
All right.
And
anything else?
yes, I just want to know, like, as far as like my actual probation, do I have to go like every Tuesday? Because the probation officer told me I had to come every Tuesday. And do I have to do anything like any drug testing, any on-site? Because we weren't when I went to one time I went to the actual probation office, and she didn't want to meet me in the probation office. She wanted to meet me outside on the across the street on the corner, and I just thought that was odd. So is that how they handle probation here?
So not a lot of street corner meetings. Okay. I've not heard of people having to go so frequently, meaning once a week. Although I will tell you that if you are unhoused for a while, they do require you to check in very, very regularly because they don't know where to find you. So if PAD doesn't work out or whatever happens and you are kind of transient, then you will need to report very, very regularly because that's the way they keep tabs. But if you have a stable address, it's not an every week thing. It may be you have to call once a week. Hey, I'm doing well. but not go to the office once a week. And sometimes probation officers want to meet you where you are, your residence, your job, to confirm it, because you're going to claim I'm working at this, whatever it is you're doing. And they sometimes will want to check that out. Is he really working where he's saying he's working? Yep, he is. Look at that. Not to interfere with what you're doing, but just to validate it. So a field visit is not odd, but saying, don't come in the building, I'm gonna meet you outside on the street corner, is a little peculiar. But bottom line, if your probation officer says, meet me at the Starbucks, you should go to the Starbucks because it's your probation officer.
Okay.
All right?
Yes.
Because he's going through PAD, given that he doesn't necessarily have stable housing yet, so there is a possibility that he may be required to report weekly.
Because how
There's your weekly.
I was thinking, how am I gonna work like that? Because
Well, when you have a house, when you have a home, it might change. So this the
Yeah,
Okay.
it'll change.
'cause, I was working at Covington Family Dentistry and in Covington, and my hours of operation were to work were like 8 to 5.
They're gonna work with you, and
Yeah.
you'll have housing.
This is not meant to interfere with work. So when you are able to secure stable housing, then this requirement of checking in each week is relaxed.
Okay. Perfect.
Okay?
Thank you.
You bet. All right. Good luck with things.
Thank you so much, Mr. Your Honor.
Judge McBurney.
Judge McBurney. Thank you.
No problem.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
the grace of it.
Thank you.
Judge, what was the revoke time for Mr. Kuykendall?
It's a good question. I was going to say 2 months and he'd just be here a little longer, but that won't work because he needs to be releasable on the 11th of May. And so if he was March 17th, then April 17th is 1 month, 1, 2, 3. So I don't know, how is it denominated? Is it months and days, months and weeks? What do we put?
So I will, if you want, we can do 30 days if we what if
Why don't you revoke 45 days but release to PAD?
That was going to be my next question.
Yeah. Yep. So why don't we say 50? We'll revoke it for 50 days, but release to PAD.
Got it.
All right.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. And that, my friends, is it for our calendars today. Sorry, Ms. Stallworth, we didn't need you, but appreciate your help. And I will see some of you tomorrow for our trial calendar, which should have several pleas. So we will certainly need pretrial and probation.
Have a great day.
All right.